Greetings, everybody. So very happy to be with all of you. Welcome to Unlocked. And as I said the other day, this is something that I've wanted to do with our community for a long time. I wanted to give you individual attention in a certain way that allows you to refine your ability and to refine your skill. And when we get stuck in our lives by doing some type of process, whether it's a good habit or a bad habit or a skill that we develop over time, it takes practice, it takes repetition, it takes an understanding, it takes observation of other people doing it, it takes unlearning certain processes and relearning new processes. And we've been doing that as a community. And just like anything else that we do, I just want to get really good at this. And if people are doing this and they're lost in routine and they're waking up every morning and they don't feel like doing the work, and some days they do it and other days they don't, and they allow that familiar feeling to keep them confined to certainty, confined to the known, to the predictable. And it reaffirms their identity based on the past. And then there goes the story that goes along with it to reaffirm the emotion that really is saying that I really don't want to change. And many people talk themselves out of doing the work, or when they sit down to do the work, they don't ever get beyond that feeling. And that feeling causes them to not feel like going all in on the breath, or they just don't feel like letting go of that emotion and to experience the unknown. And that's the uncertainty. And we either cling to certainty or we resist uncertainty if we live in survival. And our events are about stretching you outside of certainty into uncertainty. And that means then you're going to have to become comfortable in the unknown. And I want you, when you sit down, as I said the other day, to do this work, when you sit down, you make up your mind to do it. And that choice is commanding matter. That choice is changing your energy. You are raising your energy when you sit down and you say, I'm not going to be defined by my body. I'm not going to be defined by my emotions, my programs, my habits, the people in my life, the problems I have, the circumstances I live in. I'm not going to be lost in my schedule or be thinking about what happened yesterday. I'm going to labor for that present moment. And you make that decision with that kind of firm intention. And that choice in that moment causes your body to begin to respond to your mind. And the choice that you're making in that moment creates a long-term memory, because you're changing your energy, you're changing your emotional state, and if you alter yourself enough, you're going to remember the choice that you make, and that's a big explosion in the quantum field. It's a big ripple we leave. That's the moment the body is energetically and emotionally aligning to the future. And it's going to take you calling up energy, calling up spirit, becoming inspired for you to be able to do that. And when you do it properly, you can't think. You can't analyze what you're doing. You're filled with an energy, and you trust your body, whether you're doing the breath or whether you're opening your heart. You trust the process a little bit more because that energy is moving right into your heart, and that's where you trust from. And if you knew then that in the creative process you had the opportunity to commune with the divine, and you reasoned in your mind that you understood it intellectually, and you've seen enough people in this community to have experienced it, you now know that it's possible. If you didn't know that you didn't know, that's ignorance, but now you know. And if you truly believed in uncertainty, that there actually was this intelligence, this infinite field, this resource of wholeness and order and syntropy, oneness, true love. if you wanted to experience it, truly wanted to experience it, you would have to believe in it then. You'd have to believe that it was real. And it is that invisible field that is more real than this three-dimensional reality because you remember, you learn that. While you're constructing paradigms, models in your mind, and you're reorganizing circuitry, and then you make the choice to do the act. Once you understand all the pieces, the act just becomes an event. It becomes an experience. And we talk so much in this work about the think box and the play box, and I'm writing a blog right now about it because it's so important. And I've trained many of you in the last year during the week-long events. Before we start every single teaching, before we start every day, we're going to review what we love about ourselves that we did really well in the last meditation. That's calling up the mind of your last experience so that you can build on it. And I want you to be able to articulate it, to be able to express it. I want you to remember what you did so that you can do it really well the next time. And all of this work is to create the state of being where we're thankful for being ourselves. We're thankful for who we are. That's a great moment. So calling up that energy, calling up that emotion then begins to change individuals. And I want us to change as a community. So in this work, we want to create from the field instead of from matter. And that means then you're going to have to pay more attention to it, which is invisible, which is unseen. And if you can begin to, in your think box, piece together all of these different idealisms, and you can begin to think about what you're going to do in the next experience, and what you want to modify, what you want to work on, what you want to do better, what you want to improve on. If you're able to contemplate that, you're going to begin to install the circuits in your brain. You're going to create the mind to do it. And the think box is so important because so many people would rather look at their cell phones and get distracted by something else. But the contemplation, the thinking process, is creating a new mind. It's reorganizing circuitry. And the more you understand the concepts, the more you understand what you're doing, the more you understand why you do it, then when it comes to the play box to do it, you've thought enough about it, you've rehearsed it enough times that you're beginning to condition your brain and body to repeat the same skill and then modify certain things and evolve your experience, evolve yourself. That's why we do this. And when it comes to the play box, I don't want any thinking. If we're doing the breath, if we're unfolding, wouldn't it be a great idea to just review all the things that you know about it so that when you do it, you execute better? The execution then creates the experience that transforms you neurologically, biologically, hormonally, chemically, genetically. Your interaction with that invisible field is going to cause you to create more order and wholeness and oneness. And you're going to begin to become that. And we have the research to show that that's possible. So the think box and the play box is a great way for you to continue to evolve yourself. But if people get stuck and they're going through the routine and they're just doing what they normally do, and then they find a friend that they can complain to and say, did it work for you? No, it didn't work for me either. And then they have some type of emotional agreement. And we want that to not be your experience. We want to keep fortifying your mind with knowledge, keep causing you to think more about it. And if you don't have the answers because you have questions, and believe me, I have as many questions as you do, but I'm interested in the discovery of an answer, my greatest understanding. And I want you to continue to fill your brain with knowledge and create the circuitry so that you become more aware of what's possible. That knowledge, that information has caused you to see possibility that you didn't see before, and you're at a greater level of consciousness, and You rise above your frequency. You're stretching for another experience. So Unlocked is something that I've always wanted to do. And it's a way for us to, as a community, sharpen our skills. And I'm going to push you outside of certainty, into uncertainty. I'm going to stretch you to a point where you may have not gone before, but that's the unknown. And you're either going to resist uncertainty, or you're going to contract and hold on to certainty in the human condition, or you're going to surrender into something greater. And that experience then of doing that repeatedly begins to cause you to understand reality better, to meet knowledge at a new level. And so when we do this teaching, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to put your blindfolds on. I told you to bring your blindfolds, or you're going to close your eyes. Now, why am I doing that? Because it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want you to have your cell phone in front of you, or your texts, or your emails, or your Facebook or Instagram, and get caught up and distracted from other things. I want you to forget about the environment that you're in. When I'm talking to you, I want your brain to just begin to work and recall different things that I've talked about. And I want you sitting up, not laying down. And if you feel tired, don't put your back against the chair. Just sit up and let me take you on a journey. It's all in there. I just got to get it activated again. I got to remind you a little bit more. And then at the end, before we break, I'm going to review everything very quickly. And your brain is going to begin to process a little faster, and you're going to begin to install more circuitry by firing and wiring. Once we have the concept and the model in place, and then we'll take a break. I'll excuse you for 15 minutes. And during that time, we'll have music playing. And I don't know where you would go, but you have 15 minutes to take care of whatever you need to take care of, and then you'll hear a chime. And that chime means I'm getting ready to start. And you sit down, you sit in the seated position. This is not a laying down meditation, so please follow the instructions for the greatest value. And we'll go through a deepening of your understanding for a greater experience of you, the unknown you, the part of you you don't know yet. Part of you you would like to know, the mystic, the unknown, the unknowable. I want you to go all in during the process, and you're in your play box now, and we've thought about it, and we've thought about what we're going to do. And I may, before we start the meditation, just remind you of a few things. Things that I want you to remember what you're doing, and to remind you of things that you may have forgotten, or that you want to begin to change about you, to go a little further, to stretch yourself a little more. So I may just prime your brain a little bit before we start. That's what I do when I think about, okay, let's go. Who do I want to be when I'm done? Do I want to feel differently? Do I want to open my heart more? Do I want to lose myself in nothing a little bit more? Do I want to refine the breath a little bit more and take a bigger drink of energy into my brain? Can I localize it right at that pineal gland a little bit more? So I review it sometimes before I start, and I may just have you just reminding you of what you're doing. And then we'll do the meditation, and when we finish, I'll ask you to lay down. Then you lay down and you find a comfortable position, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit while you're laying down, giving you some instructions. And then the music will play for a period of time, and then there'll be a chime, and that means that we are finished, or you are finished. Now, as I said yesterday, there may be impromptu moments where I call the community together this week. We'll give you plenty of notice for you to be informed. We're aware that sometimes there are technical issues. We're working out those technical issues. And the audio, the video will play for 24 hours. So if you want to hear it again, you want to practice again, you want to get into it again, you want to review it again, it's there for you. It's for you. You get to listen to it again. Now, I assure you, if there's technical issues, that my team of leaders, the people that work with me on this, are very aware that there are technical issues. And I would love for our community, if there were technical issues, to not complain about it. What does that do? Does that do anything? Just understand that we are learning how to do this. We want to do it as best that we possibly can to serve you. And hang in there, because we'll put it back together. And now we're recording it in video, we're recording it on audio, so you can relax. It'll be there for you. You can listen to it. So before we begin, I don't want you to get in your own way when we start this. I want you to just play along with me. If I diverge on a tangent, it's for a reason. But again, we're building models of understanding, and all I want you to do is learn with your eyes closed and trust it's already wired in there. I just got to bring it back to life for you. We'll build a beautiful model of understanding. Once we develop that understanding, once we develop it completely and you're thinking about it in a new way, that's when we'll take a break. You can use the restroom, and we'll get started. Now, I promise that I'm not going to be talking for days or hours, but I'm going to take you on a ride for a period of time. Just stay in the present moment with me, and just relax and let your brain become activated again. Okay, so here we go. I want you to sit up, and if you can, please, I just want you to put your blindfolds on and close your eyes. We are going to learn today with your eyes closed. I want the pictures and images in your inner environment to begin to become branded neurologically in your brain. Why? Because it's those circuits we're going to use to create a new level of mind and execute outcomes, to understand that we've spent so many lifetimes creating matter to matter. And this could be the lifetime we learn how to create from the field instead of from matter. And we are initiating concepts and ideas. That's what the mystery is about. Why? To know the unknowable, not through an interaction with matter, but some divine intervention, some integration of energy through our bodies so we become more aware and more alive. So think about this. In the beginning, there was nothing, because nothing means that there wasn't something. But the moment there was something, something began. So imagine an infinite nothing. And imagine that in that infinite nothing, there's infinite possibilities. And even though there's nothing that you could see, or you could smell, or you could taste, or you could feel, or you could hear, there was possibility, there was infinite potential, because something was created. And in that something, all of a sudden, you have a separation from everything. And that's exactly the vacuum, the void, an infinite sea of possibilities. And at its very source, everything is connected. Everyone is connected. Every body is connected. Every place, every time is connected. And in that blackness, that's transcendent of anything physical or material, exist frequencies, energies that are the reflection of different thoughts, and thoughts are possibilities. So in the realm of infinite possibilities, there's infinite thoughts, and a thought then produces a frequency or an energy. Now there's nothing material to see, except it would be like dropping pebbles of water into water. And the ripples that are created are how our thoughts begin to interact in this three-dimensional, multi-dimensional, infinite-dimensional reality. And it's the interference of those different frequencies that begin to create something. And thoughts begin to manifest as they slow down into three-dimensional reality. And when energy slows down enough, there's a disturbance and there's an explosion called the Big Bang, and now there's light, and out of that light comes everything material, and that's the universes and the galaxies, and now there's spatterings of something in an infinite vacuum of nothing. And yet scientists then, when they look to study matter, the slowest frequency that we perceive with our senses, that they study molecules, and then they, in a reductionistic way, study something smaller than molecules called the atom. And they think that's the end, and then all of a sudden they get even smaller and they have subatomic particles. And then they start studying the forces and the energy of the subatomic particles, and they narrow it down to 4 different forces. And it's those 4 forces of energy, not matter, of energy, that is actually the fabric of everything physical and material. And that unifying energy that has so much order that it's holding the entire universe as a reflection in order, at its very, very center point, is pure love. There's so much connection, there's so much oneness, there's so much wholeness, that it's pure love. And that is the energy of this singularity, the source. And we descended in energy down into frequency, down into physical reality. And we wanted to experience our own individuality, our own free will, our own opportunity to create reality the way we want, to see how much something there is out there, how many somethings we could create. And so we slow down in frequency and we become separate, so slow that we're unaware that there is anything else but three-dimensional reality. And we bump into conditions and challenges in our environment. We take on different bodies and different genes for different experiences. We live in different times and we fall into density, fooled by our senses into separation. And the experiences that we create produce chemical feedback from the environment called emotions, and those emotions are different energies, or different frequencies. And human beings then spend a very long time and living in linear time, having the experience of matter, but trying to control conditions in their environment to try to change and evolve their bodies. And is there anything else but what we're experiencing in this linear time? And the evolution process of every individual, free will-wise, gets to experience the truth of their creations. And the observer, this point of singularity, source, is pure love, so it has no judgment. It only wants us to discover and learn. And so people then get caught up in certain experiences that produce certain emotions, and those emotions then are certain levels of energy, and energy is commingled with awareness, with consciousness. Every thought has a frequency. And so in survival, living by the first 3 energy centers of the body, then we're rooted more in our bodies. And so then we think and feel within certain patterns in the brain and feel different chemicals and emotions in the body. And we're conditioning the body emotionally more into density. And when we create, we force, we control, we predict, we try. That's what matter does when it's trying to change matter in separation. And you have, as a student in this work, understood that in order to change, it is to be greater than your environment, greater than the people and circumstances and conditions in your outer world that cause you to respond and react equal to the same level of mind and to the same emotions. And as long as you're responding and reacting equal to everything that's known in your life, you as the creator keep creating the same life. Because every person, every object, every place, everything has a neurological network in your brain. It's known because you've experienced it. And every person and every place and every experience and every object, everything in your life and every time has an emotion associated with it. And as long as you're consciously or unconsciously reacting to your environment and you're not being defined by a new dream or a new vision, then for the most part, there's a dance between your inner world and your outer world, and you keep reaffirming the same life, and people get lost in the program in believing subconsciously that their environment is controlling their feelings and thoughts. They may intellectually understand it, but they unconsciously speak that it's this person, this problem, this condition is making me feel and think this way. And they're in the program of being victimized by their environment. And there's no evolution. And so the soul falls asleep and the ego takes over. And now the person is working harder to be somebody, to be someone, to own certain things, to live somewhere and to live in some time. And they search for happiness through the accumulation of things and objects. And yet their emptiness still lives inside of them, because no person, no experience is going to take away that feeling that keeps them connected to the past until they run into something greater. And so many people use crisis and trauma and disease in order for them to wake up, and it's okay. But why wait to that point? So then, if to change is to be greater than the body, and people wake up every morning and they keep reaffirming their problems because they keep their attention on those problems, and those problems are connected to somebody and someone and something and somewhere and sometime. It's a memory embossed in the gray matter of their brain, and when they bring up that memory, they feel the emotion associated with it, and a thought and a feeling, an image and an emotion, a stimulus and response is conditioning the body subconsciously into the mind of that emotion, and the person subconsciously becomes unhappy. It's a program now. And they cling to the known, to certainty, and they tell the story of their past, which they embellish because that's how they excuse themselves from changing. And that familiar past then becomes the known, and the body resigns because it can predict the feeling every single day. And if you can predict the feeling, you are in the known. And the person then talks about their problems and conditions to reaffirm that known, that emotion. And now the body's so objective, it's believing it's in the same environmental conditions. And if the environment signals the gene, and the end product of an experience in the environment is an emotion, they keep signaling the same genes in the same way, and now they're headed for the same genetic future. So then, those people then that have a thought and a feeling, and that feeling drives their thought, and that thought produces the feeling, they get caught in these loops of thinking and feeling. And now their entire state of being is in the familiar past. So then if you wake up and you run through the same routine and habit that you do every single day, unconsciously, then your body's on autopilot. And in its prediction of the known future, you've done it so many times that the body now is dragging you into the same future. And you lost your free will to change because of a series of programs. So that familiar future that people rely on every single day because they resist uncertainty creates doubt, remember? Doubt then. So they doubt in themselves. They doubt in a new future because they can't see a new future. They're programmed into the same future. And they're seeing that future through the emotions or the lens of the past. And they argue for their limitations. And now, if that predictable future is the unknown, there's no room for mystery. There's no room for the unknowable. And there's only one place then where the unknown exists, and that's the sweet spot of that generous present moment when you are so present in the moment that you forget that you have a body. You forget that you have a past. You forget that you have a name. You forget you have a cell phone. You forget who you are. You forget where you work. You are so present that the thought that you're thinking or the thing that you're doing is creating an experience on a fundamental level that's changing you. So then you sit down to do the meditation, and theoretically this sounds good, and we've all come against those demons that try to cause us to think of the past so we can feel the same emotions. That's the body-mind that's struggling, who's afraid and resists uncertainty, clings to the known. And you have worked and done great work and being uncompromising to a greater future and to be greater than your body. And the body revs and it bucks and it kicks and it gets angry and irritated and impatient and frustrated. And it puts out these juices and chemicals that drive the brain into high gear. It wants to get up. It wants to go. And you're holding it back. And there's a war between a new mind that's working to overcome the mind of the body. And every time you become aware that it happens and you settle it down, you are telling that body of yours it is no longer the mind, that you are the mind. And that is a victory. And the body begins to release that emotion, that energy. You are settling it down. And it comes again because, like a spoiled animal, it's been trained that way. And you don't give up. You don't compromise. You don't settle for the known. You're believing in possibility, and you're believing in yourself a little bit more, and you stick it out a little bit more, and that's a victory. You stretch out of certainty into the unknown, uncertainty, and you overcome a little more of that doubt. And the body wants to get up and quit and go to the bathroom and open your eyes, and you become aware that the body's in a program. And you bring it back into the present moment, and you disinvest your attention and energy out of the known future. And you're making room for the unknown every time you do that. And you're executing a will, a free will that's greater than the program, and that's a victory. And you are training the animal. And you are working it into relaxing and trusting in the present moment. And my goodness, some of us have surrendered to the moment to such a degree that when we forgot that we were a body, we forgot that we were an identity that was connected to all the people and the objects and places in our lives, and we got lost in time. We moved through that eye of the needle from the three-dimensional reality into that fourth dimension, that place where you have to pass through the eye of the needle. That is the moment now. You are beginning to move closer to that unifying field, that invisible energy, that invisible intelligence that's creating everything physical. You are passing through everything that is known into an unknown, and you are moving into the present moment, and the door to possibility opens up, and now you become pure consciousness. That is the moment you're dissociated from any attention, any energy in this three-dimensional reality. And yes, in the process, your brain will always go to the people and circumstances in your life when you are stepping outside of the known so that you can feel those emotions that keep you connected to the known. And where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and the stronger the emotion you feel towards some problem or condition in your life, the more you pay attention to it, and you've done the work to take your attention off it from the same level of mind, from the same consciousness, from the same frequency or energy. And done properly, when you lower the volume to those emotions, you take your attention off that person or problem, and you begin to forget about your past. You no longer are at the same level of consciousness as the consciousness that created the problem. And you are freer, and you are calling energy. You are taking your power back and you're building your own electromagnetic field. And that's energy that you use to create with. That's energy you use to design a new destiny. That's energy that you use to heal your body or create a mystical experience. You are developing your own field of information. That you are calling back because you're no longer investing your attention and energy in the same life, in the known. And so people begin to overcome different aspects of themselves by disconnecting from their environment. That's meditation. To sit the body down and say, I will say when it's time to get up, not you. And when I get up, we are going to feel a lot better than when we started, so let's do this together. And if you're not in the familiar past or the predictable future, and you've labored for the sweet spot of that generous present moment where you place your attention is where you place your energy, you got a lot of energy in the present moment, and now it's time to create. And we move from this realm of space-time. Remember? In space-time, everything has height and depth and width. Everything is material. It's matter, and we experience it through our senses. And we fall into the illusion that we are separate from things, separate from people, separate from objects, separate from other bodies, other places. Everything has height and depth and width, and our separation causes us to move through space. And when we move through space, we experience time. So your awareness then of you, local in space and time in three-dimensional reality, is the moment now you become aware that you are separate from other people. You're separate from your dreams, your desires. They exist in the future, and you estimate where or when you can get them based on how you've done it in the past. And we have to work, and we have to do all these things because we're matter trying to change matter. And it takes time then for us to create. And now, react a little bit more to the problems, turn on the stress hormones. The stress hormones heighten the senses. When the senses are heightened and the brain is aroused, we become materialists and we focus only on matter, and we narrow our focus on the material world. And stress has been created from the unknown, what you can't predict, the perception that something could possibly get worse, something you can't control. And the adrenal hormones then rob the body of very life force, and we're using and squandering all of that energy for some threat in our outer world. Now we're in survival, and in survival, we plan for the worst. And now people are creating their lives in a very, very limited way. So then, overcoming the arousal and the chemical rush from those survival emotions then is the act of transformation. So when you take your attention off your body, your environment, and time, I want you to know that stress hormones actually cause you to pay more attention to your body, to your environment, and to time. And your environment is made up of people and objects and things and places. So then stress causes us then to invest all of our attention and energy into the three-dimensional reality. And now we got to play by the rules of Newtonian physics, the predictable, the known. And the predictable means we're laying a known down over the unknown. And that works for a while. And all of a sudden you realize that somewhere in your life, nothing in your outer environment is making any feeling go away. And this is the moment the soul wakes up and it says, you're going to go back to sleep unless you pay attention. And we start asking bigger questions. Who am I? What is this all about? Am I happy? Do I really want to live this life? This is the moment in eternity where we start to wake up. Is there other possibilities? And when you become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time, you're forgetting about this life. And at times in the process, it's a death process for the old personality that's thinking a certain way, acting a certain way, feeling a certain way. That personality is intimately connected to the life the person lives, the personal reality. And now, when we reach this point of reckoning and we begin to break our emotional contracts with different people in our lives, we're not showing up the same way. We don't want to fake it any longer. We don't want to live any longer. We're seeing the hidden meaning more behind things. And we start to ask those bigger questions. Those questions cause us to become more conscious, to raise our energy, to raise our awareness. And we start having synchronicities in our lives. And now we're starting to see that there's something greater. There's something else. We're changing our energy, and our life begins to reflect it back to us. And so then, when we create, though, and we begin to open our awareness from a narrow focus on matter, everything known, when we broaden our focus and we begin to pay attention to energy, how much of the waking day does the person immersed in three-dimensional reality put their awareness on matter, and how much do they put on energy? And for the most part, then, most people are habituated to only see matter, only sense it, and we open our focus to this unifying field that's both within us and all around us. And we begin to pay attention to it, to stay present with it, to stay aware of it, to broaden our awareness and sense its infinite space in front of you. And as the student begins to do this and they sense the blackness way out beyond them, all of a sudden they forget about the room that they're in. And they broaden their awareness into the blackness, and they feel more of it and less of them. They are overcoming the unconscious program that they're their body. They are beginning to put their attention on something other than the material world. And done properly, the brain begins to become more orderly. The unified field starts to entrain the nervous system into coherence. And what was once separate and divided because of the hormones of stress in the brain begin to unify. More order starts taking place in the different compartments, and that coherence is causing a symphony of neurons to begin to fire in cadence and pattern and order. And now information can be processed from the field instead of through our senses and matter. And this kind of coherence then slows the brain waves down, and the neocortex begins to shut its lights out. The memory bank of the known self, the identity, the personality that's connected to the present, past personal reality. And as the more order is created in alpha, now the critic in the mind, the analytical mind, is suppressed, and the person in alpha begins to dream in pictures and images and begins to become creative. That's the alpha state. And now their inner world starts becoming more real than their outer world, and they're in the realm of imagination. And as they slow their brainwaves down even further and relax more into the present moment and lose themselves in nothing with the intention of becoming everything, to lay down any aspect of the limited self, the unconscious self, become conscious of it and aware of it, and surrender to something greater. If they do this properly and keep the execution of it over and over again, there comes a moment where the body feels so safe and so relaxed that it begins to rest in a light sleep, and the person is caught between worlds. And the conscious mind now is suppressed, and energy is moving into the limbic brain, the seat of the autonomic nervous system. And now the autonomic nervous system begins to entrain to a greater frequency. And the thinking neocortex is in coherent alpha theta patterns. It's now wide open to possibility. But the information that the brain processes isn't coming through the experience of three-dimensional reality and the senses. The initiate, the student, can dial into different frequencies, and that radio receiver in the back of the brain is going to transduce those frequencies into profound images. And just like a television antenna that takes frequency and creates pictures on a screen, melatonin all of a sudden, from the darkness in the depth, all of a sudden begins to become transmuted in some way it begins to process a frequency that's faster than the speed of light, faster than the wavelength of light, which is the quantum. And now, like a radio receiver, melatonin now begins to create and there's an upgrade in melatonin in the pineal gland. And now melatonin begins to change and the brain begins to process lucidity, inner visions. The brain begins to release chemicals that sedate the survival centers, benzodiazepines, antioxidants. 2 powerful antioxidants from melatonin are released that begin to produce anti-cancer, anti-heart disease, anti-stroke, anti-neurodegenerative, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial chemicals. And all of a sudden, the very chemical that's found in hibernating animals causes the body to lose its drives. And now the body's no longer the mind. And all of a sudden, the very chemical that's created from an electric eel begins to amplitude its energy into the brain, and all of a sudden, there's an arousal in the nervous system. But the arousal isn't fear. The arousal isn't anger, hostility, aggression. The arousal isn't from pain or injury. The arousal is ecstasy. The arousal is bliss. And the brain switches into a very high gamma brainwave pattern. And now the autonomic nervous system is processing such coherence in a state of gamma that's way outside of normal. And that frequency that the autonomic nervous system is experiencing is sending very coherent, organized information to the cells and tissues of the body. And the person experiences more order, more wholeness, more love. And many times there's a biological upgrade. And in that moment, the person is dipping into the divine. Their consciousness is beginning to connect to a greater consciousness, that unified field where everything is connected. They feel more connected to everybody, to everyone, to everything, to everywhere, every time. They're processing new information through their brain that's a new frequency, that's creating a whole new level of mind. And it's not just in the mind. The event that's taking place becomes so lucid and so real that it's reorganizing the circuitry in their brain, and it's sending a new signal to the body, and the signal to the body is love. And the experience that they're having is altering them so profoundly that they can't take their mind off the pictures they think that's causing it. And now they're beginning to raise the frequency of the body. And when they open their eyes, they see more of what already exists because now their brain is more wired for the divine. And that moment where they're moving into ecstasy and bliss, they're moving closer to the eternal now, into the fifth dimensional reality, into the multiverse, the unknown, where there's nothing physical, it's frequency, it's energy, it's information, it's consciousness, it's vibration. And the interaction of this frequency, when one consciousness, that consciousness that's on the journey with free will, begins to give its will to a greater mind and merge with it and become more of it and less of them, and trust that it's real. And the person doesn't go a little bit and check to see how far they went. They don't come back to their body to check in with their pain. They don't think about if they're doing it right or wrong. They just keep surrendering into nothing. They keep trusting in the unknown. They keep going for the experience of that moment. And in that moment of connection, there is no separation. The person experiences wholeness, oneness, syntropy, greater order, pure love. And that pure love then that person is feeling is activating their heart. And energy begins to move into their heart. And their oxytocin levels begin to rise, made right from the pituitary gland. And oxytocin signals nitric oxide, and nitric oxide signals a chemical that causes the arteries in your heart to expand. And energy moves into your heart, and those vessels engorge with blood, and your heart is opening. But the experience is not happening from anything outside of you. It's happening within you. And all of a sudden, the person realizes that it's always been within them. And their heart is more open, and that center is more activated, and they're becoming it. They're becoming more loving, they're becoming more giving, more caring, more present. They are a greater consciousness that considers the whole. They're operating from a different place, and they move a little more out of survival. And now, they're awakened. And when that heart opens and it moves into coherence, it begins to create an ambient field. That ambient field, like a drum, like a pebble being dropped in water, is producing waves off the body. Now the body is restoring with energy. It's interacting with energy, and it's producing an external field, and very coherently that heart begins to beat in order. It's safe now to create. And that heart, as it beats, propagates a wave of alpha into the brain. And the brain gets that information, and it's time to create. And now the brain in its coherence and the heart in its coherence begins to produce an external electromagnetic field. And the person is in the present moment, and they feel like they're connected to something greater. And in the connection to wholeness, into oneness, their awareness that they are connected to Source, with their heart open, in the realm of infinite possibilities, in the place where there is no space, there is no time. It's transcendent of space and time. They pass through that eye of the needle, and they've touched the divine. And that order that they're experiencing, their connection, makes them feel like they have all their dreams. And now they're no longer creating from separation. They're creating from wholeness, from oneness, like a divine being should. And all they're doing is becoming aware of a thought that already exists in the realm of all thought, and that thought produces the frequency that, like a tuned guitar string, they can feel, they could become, they can surrender to. And as they lock into that frequency, they're tuning into a potential that exists in the quantum field. They're in the creative state, but now, being connected, being energy, being a thought, connected to Source, they no longer have to go anywhere to get what they want. They understand that they can draw the experience to them. And the longer they're conscious of this energy, and the more they're in love with the emotions of the future, they're experiencing that future reality in the present moment. And the moment that happens, the brain and body begin to change. And in that present moment now, they begin to draw events to them because they are connected to Source, and the synchronization of energy allows them to synchronize experiences in their life equal to their energy. And many people have had this moment, and many of you are going to have it. And the moment you feel so whole and so orderly, and your body is resonating at amazing frequency, the small little cellular structures begin to emit more coherent light and information. And the system is informing itself. Information is making its way into the body. And when the brain was in that theta state and it was aware of energy in the blackness, when it was done properly, theta means suggestible to information, information from the field. And that order that's created causes the body then to upscale in frequency. The person gets a biological upgrade. So then, when the person's creating from time-space, from the fifth dimension, they understand that it's not matter that's creating that field, it's that field that's creating matter. Which means then, if we learn how to create from the field, we can change the hologram in three-dimensional reality, in matter. So think about it. How many lifetimes, how many experiences have we had in creating matter to matter? We've gotten really good at that. Teaching people how to disconnect from the illusion of three-dimensional reality and unfolding into that blackness, that infinite space, and allowing yourself to realize that you have a belief maybe that when you get there, you think you're your body while you're there. And if you think you're your body, then a body is separate from it because it has boundaries. There's your body and then there's things that are not your body. But when we are truly in the blackness, can we remember that when we're there, we're pure consciousness and we can open our awareness to this infinite space and become more of it and less of who we are as an identity and forget that we have a body and keep going? Work on overcoming that belief in the blackness. You're a thought when you're there. Remember, there's nothing to see. When you're there, we see in three-dimensional reality. All we can do is become aware, experience, pay attention, become more aware, surrender to, relax into. And as we begin to interact with it, that changes our way that we begin to experience reality, not through our senses, but through our mind. Remember that this energy is within you and all around you, and all you have to do is understand that it's real and keep your attention on it. All I want you to do is relax into the blackness, and that blackness, there's nothing known. It is the unknown. That means we can't control or predict or try to force outcomes here. All we can do is surrender into the unknown. And where we place our attention is where we place our energy. And investing all of your attention into the blackness, into the unknown, creates unknown experiences in your life. Remember that if you're in this place and you have the unconscious belief that it's going to take a certain amount of time to get there, if you're thinking about time, you're back into the unconscious program of separation. Stay in it and lose yourself repeatedly. I'll keep taking you further, and I'll ask you to become more of it and less of you, and all I want you to do is go a little further than you've gone before. So now think about this. In review, there is a place called the vacuum, the void, where there are no bodies, there are no objects, there's no things, there's nothing material. Take away every place, every object, everything, the earth, the moon, the planets, the moons on those planets, the sun, the light from the sun, the stars, all the light from the stars. Take away everything physical and material, and you're left with a vacuum. That infinite space, that vacuum, is rich in frequency, because there's nothing to see there, because seeing would mean there was something there. This realm is rich in frequency, and as we can become more aware of greater levels of frequency, greater levels of awareness, and disinvest our attention and energy out of the known into the unknown, and we want to come up against anything that stands in the way between us and our connection to it. And if those programs come up, if those emotions come up, why don't we take care of it now? And as we move through different energies, different emotions, different memories, different information, as we move through it and we don't get hung up on it and understand that we're going for something greater, then no meditation becomes a bad meditation. It is only overcoming ourselves and overcoming those unconscious thoughts of the personality that's connected to that past, present, personal reality, to become conscious of them, so aware of them that you won't go unconscious to them in your waking day. That's retiring a little more of the past. When you begin to notice that your body is looking for some emotion, and you become aware that instead of falling into that emotion, you become aware that your body wants to do that, and you settle it down and you take your attention off that emotion and you believe there's something else. That emotion is connected to a memory, and that memory is lodged in your brain, and that's information in the field, and I'm asking you to move beyond it and believe in something else. Every time you overcome that unconscious propensity to feel those certain emotions, you overcome a little bit more of your past, and you're dragging your brain and body out of the past into the present moment. And if your brain is complaining or talking to you or telling you you can't do this, or you're thinking about doing other things, that's what you do when you're uncomfortable, to distract you from what's important. All I want you to do is settle your body back into the present moment. And the act of overcoming those thoughts, those emotions, those behaviors makes you so conscious that you no longer that old person any longer, and now it's time to create a new person. And so the only way we can do that is have all of our attention on who we want to create. Taking time then, every day, to think about who you do want to be when you open your eyes is an important question, because the act of thinking about what thoughts you do want to fire and wire in your brain, if you begin to put your attention and intention behind it, you're beginning to install new circuitry. And if you keep repeating it, that hardware that you're laying down in the brain by firing and wiring becomes the new voice in your head that says, anything is possible. I believe in myself. I trust in my future. If you think about how you're going to act in one day, after you became conscious about how you no longer wanted to act, I guarantee you, if you studied great people in history and you understood it was never about their wealth but who they became in the process, and you thought about their virtues, and you began to think if you could do it just like them in the same day, the moment you activated that mind and you put yourself into the equation, you're rehearsing a new future. And if you're truly present, the brain doesn't know the difference between the actual experience and what you're imagining in your mind. And the experience looks like it starts to already happen in your brain. Now your brain is primed to the future and no longer primed to the past. Now, if you keep practicing it, you'll start behaving that way. You installed the circuits. And teaching your body emotionally what the future would feel like before you got up means that you wouldn't be waiting for your healing to feel healthy, to feel vital, to feel grateful, to feel whole. You would create wholeness and gratitude. And you would raise your energy so that the body in the present moment would believe that the healing was happening in the present moment, because it wouldn't know the difference between the outer experience and the inner experience. And if the environment signals the gene and the end product of an experience, and the environment is an emotion, you're signaling that gene, selecting and instructing new proteins to begin to change your body. And if you keep practicing it every day and cultivating those emotions and changing your energy, you will feel like your dreams have already occurred. And when you feel like your dreams have already occurred, you no longer live in separation. You no longer try, you no longer force, you no longer wish, you no longer hope. You feel like it's already happened. You wouldn't even look for it, because the moment you look for it, you would feel separate from it. And it is feeling the emotions and feeling connected to your future is like a compass, is exactly drawing you to that future that you already created in the present moment. And now your energy is connected to the energy of the future. And the great, great students of this work on maintaining that modified state of mind and body and keeping their energy up, independent of the conditions in their body, independent of the cravings that cause them to return back to the old self, independent of time. And no person, no circumstance, no experience would move them from that frequency, because the moment they did and they lost that energy, they'd be back to the emotions of their past. And if they complained that it was some person or something that was doing it to them, then they would be back in the unconscious program of being a victim, believing that their outer world was controlling their inner world, that their environment was controlling their thoughts and feelings, that their personal reality was creating their personality, living in response to the illusion of three-dimensional reality. So students in this work take time out of their lives to connect to that resource of energy and overcome some aspect of themselves. And the overcoming and the overcoming and the overcoming causes them to become someone else. And when they become it, then they've done it enough times now, that's who they are. They've begin to embody knowledge. They're becoming exactly who they want to be. And the synchronicities, the serendipities, the coincidences, and the opportunities that happen around them is feedback from the environment to tell them that the way they think and the way they feel creates their reality. And when it begins to come in feedback as a surprise, as a new opportunity, as an unknown, and they correlate the changes they've made inside of them with the effect they produced outside of them, and they pay more attention to what they're doing and how they're thinking and how they're feeling inside of them, it makes sense then they're going to believe more that they're the creator of their life and less of the victim of their life. And now the master, the divine, begins to wake up in that human being, and they begin to decide who they want to be every single day. And the act of practicing this over time allows us to create from the field instead of from matter. So now, I want to give you a few minutes to come back to your awareness. You can open your eyes, lift your blindfolds up, and I'm going to give you 15 minutes to relax and get yourself back in the right state, and we'll resume at 25 minutes after the hour. Great job, by the way. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Before we begin, I just wanted to invite everybody back tomorrow, Sunday, at the same time. I want to go a little further, and I just talked to the studio, and they're willing to come in on a Sunday. So please join me again tomorrow. We got to go, and we want to build from this understanding and go a little deeper. So, blindfolds on. Let's begin. Now, before we begin the meditation, I just want you to reason this with me. In order for there to be a beginning in the realm of nothing, the moment there's something, now there's separation, and now there's time. The moment something appears in the nothing where everything or all possibilities exist, infinite realities exist. The moment from that place of nothing where every potential exists, the potential for all kinds of somethings would appear in time. So that's a beginning. So then the slowing of that frequency down into density is the greatest measure of separation from singularity, from source. And now we have senses that cause us to experience three-dimensional reality. If you take away your senses, you're not seeing, you're not hearing, you're not smelling, you're not tasting, you're not feeling. Then you have no experience of three-dimensional reality. So our senses plug us in the three-dimensional reality. So then to the materialist who's in the blackness, in the vacuum, who's in the unconscious belief that there's something to see, is a realm of a habit, because the seeing takes place in three-dimensional reality. We only experience this place with our awareness, That is how we experience it. And when our consciousness can merge with this infinite consciousness where all potential exists, and we pay more attention to it, to the unknown, to discovering some aspect of ourselves that we don't know, we become the mystic. That is the mysterious, the unknowable, that can only be known through an interaction with this divine, through some intervention with this energy, this spirit that we talked about that is now called frequency or energy, the unified field. So I'm going to take you on a journey now into the blackness. And all I want you to do is remember that you have no constraints here because you are not a physical body. That's the habit you have to break. Stay aware that there's no thing that you have to experience with your senses because you experience your reality here with your senses. Remember, the very fabric, the very source of everything material is this unifying field of order. Quantum physicists are studying it. It's unifying in oneness as consciousness. It's aware of everything physical or material, and its level of energy is keeping order. So there must be some intelligence, and it is within you. As you become pure consciousness, you're passing through the very center of the atom, the eye of the needle, that point of singularity, and as you pass through it, you connect to it. So then, it's within you and it's all around you because there's atoms, infinite atoms all around you. Your body is made of atoms, and all I want you to do is surrender and don't look back. Don't see how far you came. Just ask if you could go a little further. Ask, is there a little bit more love, more a greater wholeness or oneness that you can experience, and just surrender to it and relax into it and let it consume you. Let your consciousness merge with a greater consciousness. In the unknown, you can't predict anything. You can't control anything. There's nothing to know there. So I'm going to ask you just to stay in possibility, to stay open to the unknown and invest your attention and energy in the unknown and become comfortable there, without a name, without a face, without a body, without a past, without your cell phone, without all your possessions. And don't be anticipating time. Just remember, there is no time here, and as you move closer and closer to the eternal present moment, there won't be an experience of time. That is moving into the eternal now. In that realm of time-space, there's an infinite amount of time. Time is eternal. And as you slow time down into the present moment, you open up to more possibilities because there's an infinite amount of time to create anything. That is the realm where all possibilities exist. Remember, you're not separate from anything you're creating. You're connected in this realm. Stay connected. Stay aware of it. Keep experiencing it. Your connection to it causes you to realize you're not your body. You're an awareness in a realm of blackness that's aware of you, whose signature is love. And all I want you to do is let it consume you, let it love you, let it move in you, let it move through you, let it move all around you. And I want you to remember before we begin that this realm is more real than three-dimensional reality because three-dimensional reality could not exist if this wasn't the source of it. And so I just want you to swim upstream, and anything that's causing you to cling or stay attached to certainty or resist uncertainty that creates doubt, all I want you to do is overcome a little bit more of that and trust a little bit more in the unknown and trust in possibility, trust in yourself. The music will change. I'll ask you to lay down, and then when you lay down, I'll talk to you for a few minutes, and I'll let you drift away, and then I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. So here we go. The divine lives in you. You just got to become it. To become more of it. And less of you. To believe more in it. Is to believe in life. In the realm of infinite possibilities. To become aware of possibility is to create something new in your life. We are creators. On the journey back to oneness. Hey now. That's got to inspire you. Come on. You know inspiration. A movement of energy. To evoke the spirit. Change your energy. You change your life. Let's pass through the eye of the needle. As no body no one in nothing of nowhere
in no time. As an awareness in endless space, become aware of the infinite, black, space, way out, beyond you, how deep, does the blackness go? Become more aware of it. Sense it. Sense more of it. Sense into the blackness. Pay more attention to it. In the blackness, sense it. your connection to it. The blackness. Become aware. There's endless space. On both. Sides of you. Feel it. Feel your connection to it. Feel all that blackness. Open up. Stay. Aware of it. Feel. To the blackness. While you sense its endless depth. Beyond you. Become aware. There's endless space. Behind you. Feel it. Stay aware. Of it. Feel your connection to it. To the blackness. More. Tune in. To the blackness. Feel. All the blackness. And become that feeling. In the blackness. Tune in. Feel. Feel. The blackness. Feel more of it. Less of you. And dissolve the identity of separation. Like a drop of water. Merging with an endless sea. Of blackness. And become the blackness. and relax. Into nothing. To become everything. More. Pay attention to it. Sense it. It's vibration. Tune in. To all the blackness. And feel. Feel it. Experience it. Surrender to it. coming. Become the mystery. Become the unknown. Become the initiate. And relax. To the unknown. As an awareness. Aware. Of the greater awareness. All around us. Become aware of it. Aware of you. Allow your awareness to merge into this greater awareness. Into oneness. Feel it. Relax into it. Notice it. Aware of you. Surrender love. Feel it. It's all around you. Feel your connection to it. Experience it. Relax into it. Become it. Become more of it. Less of you. The blacks. Tune in. In the blacks. To a higher love. Find it. Notice it. Stay aware. Of it. within you. And all around you. In the realm of nothing to the senses is the realm of everything, possibilities, the realm of thought, where all things physical are connected. Sense your connection to it. Fall in love with it. Bond with it. Remember it. Stay aware of it. Remember, beyond the veil is the dreamer. Dreaming it all. Into life. Remember, remember, we are divine. It's within you. And all around you. The living matrix of life. The fabric of creation. Sense it. Let your body connect to it. The entire surface of your body. The living web. Feel your connection to it. It's all around you. Notice it. The electric web. Now, without breaking your state, lay your body down. Lay down. On your back. Notice your body as an object. A vehicle. Local in space and time. Notice it. If you notice it, it means you're something other than it. Feel its weight resting on the surface. Electric webs, a living matrix with patterns within patterns within patterns within patterns of order. All connected to order. From energy. With instructions of information. To subatomic particles. Patterns. To the atom. Patterns to molecules. Orderly patterns of chemicals matched in the field. Patterns in cells and their light. That's energy. It's wholeness. Patterns in tissues. With a consciousness, information to function. Instructing matter from the field. Patterns in organs. That information exists in their field. That's energy. Emitting information. That's a memory. A pattern in the field. Patterns in systems. Different energy, different information. Different instructions. In harmony. That's health. That's order. That's balance. That's integration of systems of the body. It's an expression of the divine. The body. The temple. Your community. As the master, the mystic, the healer, patterns in the field, produce patterns in matter. The hologram of 3 dimensions. Being projected by Source into the illusion of 3-dimensional reality. Feel your body. It's connected to patterns. Your body is a pattern of energy condensed by gravity. There's patterns within you. And all around. And relax. Patterns of order. Feel it. Open up to the unknown and experience it. Relax into it. And feel. Stay open and aware of possibilities.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We were a little delayed because we had a power surge 1 minute before we started. So it looks like everybody's present. So thank you for your patience. I hope that yesterday you deepened your understanding around this invisible field of energy that has an awareness that we can unfold into only when we're pure consciousness, when we're in awareness. And today I want to review some of those concepts and say it a different way so you can begin to surrender a little bit more and stop trying and stop analyzing and stop trying to figure it out. And I want to talk to you about the breath. And I want to work with you today in refining your ability to take that creative energy that's stored at the base of your spine, that is raveled up energy, and by volition, by an act, with the intention of, instead of releasing this energy out, to use the same muscles that you use when you have sex or intercourse, and begin to work and practice using those muscles in a way that you're going to draw that energy up instead of out, with the intention of it making it to your brain. Why? For the arousal of life in your brain, to become more conscious, to become more aware, to alter your view of the world, to reset the baseline of trauma, to let energy that has been stored in the body because you've been thinking and feeling a certain way to begin to release. And it takes a will that's greater than all those subconscious and unconscious programs, and it's an active process. So I want to review a little bit of the breath, and we'll begin to practice with the breath and interacting with this field and deepen our understanding. I hope that you enjoy. So before we start with our eyes closed, I just want to talk to you a little bit about my own personal journey with the breath and how I spent so much time interested in this act. And I'll piece together a few ideas, and then we'll get into the understanding of it from a scientific point of view. When I was in my late teens, I had a group of friends that decided to go to a yoga class, and they were older than me, and they were taking yoga at a university. And so I would drive all the way up from my home and go to these yoga classes with them just because I was curious. And the interesting thing was I was like very Western in, playing sports, baseball and football and basketball and wrestling and all that stuff. So I didn't really have an experience of this kind of new way of health or this new way of thinking. So I was very innocent. And the first couple classes, I remember the instructor, and he must have known whatever posture that he knew. He just put me in this posture while everybody else was doing all the other postures, and he told me to stay there. and he didn't want me to move until he told me. Well, he put me in this posture where there was so much tension in my hips from doing things a certain way that I had such difficulty relaxing, and he just wouldn't pay attention to me, and then I started getting angry at him, and then, I wouldn't move, of course, because I was kind of a disciplined person, so I wasn't going to show him that I couldn't do it. So I hit a moment where I just relaxed. And when I relaxed, I had this euphoria, like this incredible release of energy. And I still remember the feeling. It just woke me up like, what the heck was that? I was doing something where there was so much tension or energy stored in my body. And instead of resisting it, I'm going to relax into it and just not go back to contracting after I relax for a few seconds. I can't hold it together any longer. And in that moment, there was this kind of eruption of energy, and it was euphoric and pleasurable and blissful. And it was a sexual energy. It was the energy that, some of that energy you feel when you have an arousal or an orgasm. But I wasn't releasing anything out. It was just kind of this euphoria. It was moving into my body. And I knew that on some level, all of the sports that I played and all the things that I had done, this somehow was very different. And so, of course, I started college and had, studying science and biochemistry and organic chemistry. And I had a roommate that was an artist. And, we were so disciplined. We'd support each other in all the things that we did. And then I would test him on art history. And I got to learn all of these great masterpieces. And then I would say, I got to know this chapter. I'm going to tell you everything I know about this chapter. And he would listen. And then he would, he learned about science. And so we became, really close friends. But we were disciplined. And one of the things about him was that when he went to sleep, many times he was like a somnambulist. He would talk in his sleep. He would talk to me in his sleep. He was animated, like whatever was going on for him was very real. And I was fascinated because I was watching this person really in an altered state right in front of me, and I could communicate with him and interact with him. And I was always mystified by this kind of other world that he experienced. And then my sophomore year, we had an on-campus apartment, and we had a great group of guys that lived together, multiracial, fun, from all parts of the world. It was really cool. And I had two of these other guys that would talk and walk in their sleep. So I had three people sometimes sleeping at the same time, talking to each other and interacting, and I would sit there, what is going on here? So I started studying hypnosis and the subconscious mind while I was studying, chemistry and biology and anatomy and physiology, just because I was interested in it. And I remember seeing on a board as I was going to one of my classes, learn while you sleep. And it just kind of caught my attention because these guys were definitely between worlds. And is it possible to program your subconscious? So I ran back and grabbed the little thing, and then I went, and then I started learning about self-hypnosis and how to do it. And my motive, to be very honest with you, is that I wanted to go to class, and I wanted to study while I was in the class, and I wanted to be able to, like a tape recorder, close my eyes and run through the class and remember everything I learned up to that point. If someone asked a question, I'd back up and do it again. And I was working on doing it so that I didn't have to study. And right before the exam, I would take a reference, a book, and I'd read it, and it would all make sense to me. And I was doing it because I wanted to get better at remembering things, and it worked. And so when I finished undergraduate training, I went to chiropractic college, and chiropractors have a very vitalistic point of view about health. It's not mechanistic in any way, and it's about this innate intelligence that gives us life, and it's innate in us, personal, and it's universal. We're an expression of universal mind, and it happens through the nervous system, and interference in the nervous system causes the body to be compromised because there's no energy along that nerve making to a target organ or a tissue. And the expression of that innate intelligence is an expression of life. And that made more sense to me than medicine at the time, which was what my father wanted me to do. But it didn't fit for my model. And so I was very interested in the idea that we could learn and through practice begin to get better at the expression of this intelligence. And so for me, when I became interested in chiropractic, it also caused me to be interested in all those other things that yoga was about. And so I started deepening my understanding in yoga, and I read this book called Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda, and I was reading it, and I was thinking, my God, there's so much more to reality than I'm aware of. And so I started waking up very early in the morning, and I wanted to master the 908 different yoga postures after I read this book. And I had a roommate that was as crazy as I was, and we would wake up at 4 in the morning, and we never missed a day. And we would do 3 hours of really intense yoga. And then the last 45 minutes or last hour, we would do hard calisthenics, and then we would go to class. And it was just something that we did, and we were interested in transcending or getting better at who we were. That's what we were interested in, mentally, physically, everything. And so I noticed that when I did calisthenics many times, and when I was getting to the point where I was running out of energy, if I could inhale, and when I contracted my core and I exerted myself, I would feel that same feeling sometimes that I felt that time when I was in the yoga class. Then, as I started to deepen my understanding in doing yoga and sitting in the presence of that pain or that tension and putting my awareness in different parts of my body and working by asking myself, could I relax into this a little bit more? And I could relax into it. And all of a sudden, pain turned into something else, and there was this kind of release of energy in my body. And I knew that something crazy was happening with my body when I was doing these things. And you can imagine if if you're working out and this happens, and you're experiencing this incredible bliss while you're working out, and everybody's wondering what is wrong with you. And many times it would go into my body, and sometimes it would go right into my brain. And when it went into my brain, my body would do crazy things. And I knew it was energy, and I wasn't afraid of it. And everybody else seemed to be worried about me, but I was totally fine. I was surrendering to some big energy. But I didn't really know what I was doing at the time. But when I was reading Paramahansa Yogananda's book, they started talking about this breath and doing this breath. And so my roommate and I were like crazy. We studied every single breath. I did so many different types of breathing. And it was interesting because when I did some of the breathing techniques, because I was chasing whatever that was to be able to understand it, if it didn't do it for me, I would be like, nope, that's not it. I'll try it again. No, that's not working for me. That wasn't the breath I wanted to learn. But I knew that when I contracted my core and I had inhaled and I had locked my core down, and somehow when I did something, there was this kind of release that would take place. And they talk about things like the prana tube, and I was looking for the science behind it, and it bothered me because it made sense, but there was no real physical tubes. So I put that on the shelf called the shelf of doubt, or my truth meter doesn't accept that yet. And so I was studying all these different breaths and learning if I could get this energy moving, but at the same time, chiropractic is all about the spine and the dynamics of the spine. And I started coming across these different techniques that treat the body differently. And then chiropractic, there's several different techniques to, as you probably know, to create balance in the nervous system. So I came across this technique where they talked a lot about the movement of cerebrospinal fluid. And I was fascinated by this idea because when I inhaled all the way, or when I blew all my air out, and then I pulled and I had inhaled and I would squeeze, I would have this kind of sensation. So I started thinking, God, could that be the movement of cerebral spinal fluid? And I started studying how it pumps and does all this stuff. And I started saying, what is it? What is it made of? Could this be it? Because there's a release and it moves, and it's got to be energy. And I said, it's got to be a sympathetic function. Orgasm is a sympathetic function. There's arousal, some type of energy is moving. And so I'm trying to piece this whole thing together. And over the last several years, I have done things just by curiosity, by figuring out how to breathe in, contract these muscles, and paying attention to be able to draw the energy all the way up to that point by doing what I do to do it, and at the same time be present, be relaxed, be intense, and focused, and get my rhythm down so that I could have this energy kind of release into my brain. And then when we started capturing the brain scans and we started seeing gamma in the brain, and you see this orderliness, this coherence in gamma, and I started looking at the pineal gland and its metabolites, and started thinking about light and serotonin and melatonin, and wow, if we can process a frequency faster than the light, that's quantum, would melatonin change into something else? Because it's only relevant, it only responds, the pineal only responds to the wavelength of light through the senses, and that causes us to be anchored in three-dimensional reality. But what about that transcendental experience that so many of us had at certain moments in our life that changes us in some way? You know, the unexplainable by the limited mind is causing, there's a causation to cause the limited mind to have an unknown experience that's greater than its limitations. And it takes divine intervention, what is unknowable, to be known by that process. That's what's happening to many of you. And so I was trying to build this model of understanding to understand if I could move this fluid and what it was made of, and if I could pump it in a certain way. And I figured out how to pump it by doing all that hatha yoga, because I learned that hatha yoga was like the entrance level into the schools of ancient wisdom, because they were coming from all walks of life, and they had to break down physical rigidity in their body so they could sit for long periods of time without the body bothering them. And it was that process where they gained control over those muscles, and they began to practice. And so I wanted to integrate everything I learned from yoga, everything I learned from science, and I started to have in my own experiences, and then I wanted to kind of correlate a bigger model. And so I want to talk to you about that bigger model, and I want to re-explain the breath and take you on a little journey before we get into the practice. So blindfolds on, let's begin. Sit up. Just close your eyes for a minute. Now I want you to reason with me. When you go to sleep, think about this. What do? The first thing you do is you stop thinking about everything. If you're thinking about everything, those thoughts are connected to people and problems and conditions and things you have to do and schedules or what happened in the past, and every one of those thoughts makes a chemical. And if you're stressed out about your life, it's going to drive your brain into high beta, and you're not going to be able to sleep that well. And you can't quiet your mind down, so people take some substance or do something to alter their state. But on a good night, you stop your mind from thinking about all those things. And by you taking your attention off your environment, and you begin to find a comfortable place where your body feels safe enough to relax, there comes a moment where all of a sudden you see blackness. There's nothing. I mean, how do you describe nothing to a materialist? Nothing is the absence of anything, everything. It's the absence of something. So then, in the absence of something material, there's just nothing. And whether it's black to you or it's vast and nothing to you, you do this automatically when you go to sleep. And the last thing you remember is nothing. And then all of a sudden, like sliding down a big slide, most people try to escape from their life as fast as they can, and boom, they go right down into alpha, theta, then deep into restorative sleep, into delta. And they ride this wave in changing their brain waves. And when they do that, they drop into their subconscious. That's what happens when they slow their brain waves down. And the brain goes up and down in different brainwave cycles, and then it moves into kind of a REM state. And in REM now, you're in that theta place where now you're dreaming. And now you've just changed from conscious awareness to the realm of dreams, the subconscious. And now the dreams could be to vent anxieties and fears. Those usually happen in the early morning. Some dreams are to restore and repair the body by upregulating genes to make new circuits from new experiences, or downregulating genes because of some type of trauma, or there is a breakdown in the physical body and the subconscious wants to create something to dream about so that that part of the body can be restored. And then some of those dreams tend to be very symbolic. And those symbolic dreams typically involve a feeling that causes you to become more aware in the dream. And that feeling kind of lingers. And on some level, you remember the dream and you're more conscious in it. And the dream world then, if you can feel safe enough to allow your body to know the levels of different brain waves, that the moment you move into alpha, if you're in the blackness, it's entirely possible that you start seeing images and pictures. You're actually dreaming with your eyes closed or eyes open, and in some way, that stream of consciousness tends to be more in symbols and pictures and less in the talking and the analytical mind. And you're in that alpha brainwave state. And then when the dream starts to become more real and more lucid, the moment you start to have a lucid dream, now the realm of the transcendental is right around you. And if you could stay fully conscious in that brainwave pattern of theta, while you're in that subconscious place, the door to information opens up, and you could have a transcendental moment, another level of consciousness that causes you to wake up, because everything you're seeing, everything you're smelling, everything you're seeing and feeling and hearing and experiencing is more real than the world you were living in. And that means now you're transcending three-dimensional reality. And the brain is processing a different stream of consciousness. And latent systems in the brain open up. And the pineal gland, like a radio receiver now, can dial in, and a stream of consciousness passes through you. And some of you actually feel it in your physical body, because your body's experiencing it as if it was real. And so it's those transcendental moments that cause us to feel differently and think differently. And it causes us to begin to realize, maybe this world that I thought was so real, this three-dimensional reality that I perceive with my senses, seems less real than that other world that I just experienced. And all of a sudden, you start realizing that this could be the dream, this three-dimensional reality, and it changes us in some way. And for me, those moments always cause me to assess my beliefs or awaken me to a greater level of consciousness where I see through some veil, some belief, some limitation, and I realize I have it all wrong. That's an upgrade. That's the unknowable through the senses becoming known through divine intervention with that invisible field, and the door opens up. And then the body has to go into delta to restore itself and replenish itself. And that's the fourth level of consciousness called sleep. And so when I ask you to become nobody, no one, no thing, no where, and no time, don't overthink it. Just do what you do when you get ready for sleep, but I don't want you escaping into delta. I just want you to learn the terrain. And people who unconsciously fall asleep every night, they open their awareness to that blackness just before they pass off. And they stop the analytical mind from going. And that opens the door for them to move deep down those levels. And all I want you to do is to play and to keep relaxing your body when it revs up. Keep settling your mind down when it says, I don't know what I'm doing, this is too hard, I'm frustrated. I want that to come up for people. That's what they have to get beyond for them to let go and surrender enough and fall into that space, into that door or through that door. And we are practicing, and I don't want you to get hung up on trying too hard. Trying implies separation. So then how do you describe nothing to a materialist that has all of their attention on something? Well, take away everything. Take away all the some things. And the vastness of nothing is the realm that causes you to open your focus and slow your brain waves down, and we do that automatically. And some of us will see blackness, and then the brain will process a new stream of consciousness, and you'll be moving into that dream world, and that's normal. And that's you flirting with staying conscious in your subconscious. And if you can keep with it and not let your body be your mind or be distracted by time or what's going on around you, and you can keep working, I always ask myself if I can relax my body more and open up, then I'm just opening up, feeling so safe that I can let my body rest where it's in a light sleep. I want it to feel what that feels like while I stay conscious and awake. And that's the door that opens up where we become suggestible to information. And that information, as I said yesterday, not through the senses, but through tuning in through your autonomic nervous system and latching on to a frequency. And that frequency then is carrying information. And when the brain opens up, because the analytical mind is out of the way, and it processes that stream of consciousness, as you move deeper into it, your experience is going to become more enriched. And yes, some people have all kinds of wild, lucid experiences, and when you're ready to finally let go, you'll have yours. But if you're thinking about what's wrong with me, how come it hasn't happened? That's the exact thing that's standing in the way between you and letting go enough to have the experience. So the blackness is you stopping the mind from anticipating the future, living in the past, to stop thinking about everyone and everything and every place. You do this automatically when you go to sleep, that you're so comfortable that your body is no longer your mind. And we sit up in this work because if we lay down, we know the program, and many people pass off into sleep. I watch it. On that Sunday morning when I do the laying down meditation, I watch people say with their conscious mind, I want the experience of the mystical, but when I arouse them to cause them to stay between worlds, they get angry at me. And they move into beta, or they get frustrated. Mastering the body when it's doing that is the liberation of energy. That makes you worthy to receive. That makes you really happy with you being who you are. And the moment you are grateful for who you are in the state of receiving. And that now means You don't want to be anybody else but you, and that is the realization of self. So, I want you to relax a little bit more when we get to the process of opening up, and I will do it another way for you. Now, I want to talk to you about the breath, because you can understand why then that I'm very particular about the breath. I know that there are people that think they know they mastered it, or at least they promote themselves as mastering it, that have had no real training by me other than coming to the event. And I have had team leaders that I've had to work with over and over again to get them to understand it, and I trained them a lot. And you think, oh, well, maybe it's good that they're helping changing the world. I don't mind that they change the world, but there's no originality to what they're doing. They're taking my work or someone else's work and they're putting it together, and they call themselves an expert. And the problem that we have with this is that we have a huge customer service place where we have a lot of emails, and we get a lot of people confused. And so I want to keep it as pure as possible. So now think about this. All of that creative energy that can make a baby to bring forth another life is in that first center of yours. And we have been conditioned into believing there's only one way that this energy goes, and it's out. But many ancient civilizations understood that the arousal of this energy and moving it into the brain caused enlightenment and freedom. And that energy is the energy of creation. And that is the energy that we want to deliver to the brain by coupling a breath, a very slow, steady breath, and with your attention on that first center. If you were to keep your attention on it and understand, if you could couple the breath, a slow, steady inhalation all the way up to the brain, and as you inhale, if you could contract all of those muscles that are around those first three centers and coordinate the contraction of those muscles with the breath, with your attention moving up to that pineal gland and your intention to deliver that energy to your brain. If you got focused, if you got passionate, if you came out of your resting state and you wanted it more than anything else, if you could do this properly, there's a strong possibility that you'll begin to coax this energy up into your brain. And when it begins to release into your brain, the orgasm that takes place, the energy release is happening in your brain, and the brain moves into those gamma brainwave patterns, and there's a euphoria that takes place. There's a bliss that takes place. That's the creative energy making its way to the brain. And in those gamma patterns, they're very organized. The brain, the neocortex, is becoming sedated. It's slowing down because the pineal gland is releasing chemicals that relax it. The thinking survival centers of the brain. There's chemicals that cause more health, antioxidants. There's chemicals that create the transcendental experience of lucidity. There are chemicals that shut off the first three centers of survival. No drives, no sex drive, no appetite, no preoccupation with the environment. The body, as if it was hibernating, is moving into stasis. It's no longer the mind. It's going into a present state to dream. The same chemical that causes the biophospholuminescence in the brain is causing the brain to process new chemistry, and it's lucid, and there's more energy. It's like an electric eel igniting the nervous system. And so now the brain has a release of energy, and there's a release of energy from the body. And if the body has been conditioned emotionally to be the mind, and energy is stuck in those first three centers, there's an eruption. And all that energy now that's stored in the body as an emotion is moving back to the brain, and you are freeing your body from the chains of the past, because you're liberating that energy, that emotion that's stored in the body. And if the person is conditioned or addicted or dependent on those emotions, well, if they don't execute an energy that's greater than their conditioning or addiction, they never move that energy. They just got to get present. They got to get big. They got to be uncompromising. They got to have it. They got to know exactly what they're doing. And there's no doubt. There's no, I don't feel like it. No, there is no, how long is this going to go? They go all in, to the point that the act and the thought merge into one. And the moment that happens, the person has the experience, and they're so caught up with what they're doing, they're not looking for anything to happen. The moment they're looking, they're separate from the experience. They're becoming the experience. And they wouldn't let the thought, I'm too old, I'm too sick, I'm too tired, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to give up. They would never let that thought interfere with the act. Because if it did, it would compromise their efforts, and they would believe, accept, and surrender to a thought that was programming them back into the past. And they bring it. Now, those people, I can tell you, come in all shapes, all sizes, all colors, all ages, that I have seen this energy move in these people, and they just wanted nothing else. And when they brought that energy with one breath right up to their pineal gland and their attention was on it, they were not thinking about anything else. And as they kept their attention on that sacred site, they figured out how to lift those muscles and pump and squeeze and pull up and pull up and pull up. And then brought their shoulders down and straightened their spine. They could squeeze a little more and then squeeze a little more. And then it was a tighter squeeze and a smaller squeeze. And then as they held their breath, they started to pump and push against those crystals, activating the radio receiver, knocking on the door to the mystical. They're not thinking of anything else. That is the object of their attention. And they stopped thinking and analyzing how to do it. Something intuitive took over them, and they figured it out. And all of a sudden, it took a lot less effort the next time because they understood what they were doing. And then there's a euphoria that follows, and the sympathetic nervous system merges with the parasympathetic nervous system. And the arousal that's created is not pain, it's not suffering, it's not anger, it's not aggression, it's not fear or anxiety that typically arouses the sympathetic nervous system in survival. This is the release of energy back into the brain, and the arousal is ecstasy and bliss. And the bliss and the ecstasy cause the person to want to stay in the present moment. The feeling is so great, they want it to last, so they elongate the moment. And as they elongate the moment, they move into that realm called time-space. And as that energy goes from the base of the spine, a negative charge, all the way up to the top of the head, once that energy is aroused into the brain, there's more energy going to the brain than from the body. There's a positive charge at the top of the head. And now the brain is emitting an energy, a torus field, that goes right back up through the base of the spine, and now we have a magnet in the body. And now we're running a current through the nervous system, and the movement of that cerebral spinal fluid are proteins and salts in solution, charged molecules accelerating to the brain. And now the electrical charge that's moving up the spine, the conduit of energy that's moving, is activating that prana tube that the mystics and the yogis talked about. And now the person is restoring a field around their body. And as that happens now, they're building their own electromagnetic field. And all of the energy they squandered because of the hormones of stress that draws from the field around the body, tapping the body's vital resources and turning it into chemistry, the very life force that's being compromised that should be used for healing. is now being restored in the body. And now the person has an ambient external electromagnetic field. And the pineal gland becomes activated. The radio receiver is switched on. The input system is activated. And the input that's coming through the pineal gland is a frequency. And the more coherent the brain and heart is, the more coherent the frequency. A clear signal is passing through the brain, through the autonomic nervous system. And now it begins to normally activate the output system. The pineal gland and the orderly frequency creates more harmony in all the energy centers of the body. There's more order. The brain is processing coherence, and the autonomic nervous system is oscillating at a faster frequency, and every single hormonal system is harmonizing and upgrading its chemical expression. There's more balance in the body. At the same time now, the back of the pituitary releases oxytocin, and oxytocin causes us to fall in love with the moment, fall in love with life, fall in love with who we are. The feeling is so familiar and yet so unfamiliar, and our heart swells, and we're grateful to be alive. And as oxytocin levels rise, it signals nitric oxide, and nitric oxide signals another chemical that causes the arteries in the heart to become engorged and swollen with blood and nutrients, oxygen. There's energy moving into the heart. And just like the arousal of the first center when it's activated, with the same intensity, we feel that kind of love in our heart. And we are moved into the present moment. And in that state of gratitude, we are ready to receive. And here comes that inverse field, the reverse field through the top of the head. And now the person is downloading information from the cosmos. They are connected. They are at the center point of the now. And now that frequency, that vibration is faster than the typical frequency of the senses. And the other chemical called vasopressin is released, antidiuretic hormone that causes the cells to swell with water so they can process a greater frequency, and the coherence in the autonomic nervous system begins to jiggle the cell. And that orderliness begins to emit more coherent light and information. And now the system is informing itself with light. There's an intervention, and the body may respond and torque and twist. If it does, that's information moving through it. Relax into it. Surrender into it. And so then energy is interfacing. And all those cells now that are processing the same frequency, the same radio station, are sharing information in harmonics. And the body begins to become more whole because it's interacting with oneness, it's interacting with the divine. And so then the movement of this energy, this sacred energy, this energy that we are delivering with the intention into the brain, is to compress those crystals in the brain. And by holding your breath and contracting, you are exerting a force against those crystals, a mechanical stress. And those crystals have a piezoelectric quality. The compression of those crystals begins to electrically activate them. That means that they're taking one form of energy, mechanical stress, and turning it into electrical charge. And that pineal gland and its crystals begin to become electrically activated, and now they vibrate and shimmer. And you, when you change your brain waves and tune into space, are looking for the radio station that your brain can process. And when you get out of the way and you surrender to that feeling all the way and you don't look back and you become more of it and less of you, you keep practicing, you're just getting those crystals into an alignment. You're getting that Wi-Fi signal tuned in so you can do this on command. And yes, it's worth the practice. But if you get frustrated, you get impatient, you start analyzing, you've gone unconscious and you're back in the program. Just become conscious again now. Tune in and feel. So then, as you begin to learn how to work the operating system, lights are out in the thinking neocortex of the brain, the memory bank of the known self, the autobiographical past that is declarative, that we have explicit memories from. Lights are out in your connection to the sensory three-dimensional world. And done properly, consciousness moves right out of that brain, and it falls back in that autonomic nervous system, and you are conscious in your subconscious. And I want you to practice. As you pull that breath up and you begin to compress on those crystals, I want you to pump and push and squeeze, and just keep your attention on it. And then I'll ask you to exhale. And when you exhale, enjoy it. Take a moment and just relax into it and feel, and don't analyze and don't think. Just feel. And then we're going to go after it again. Now we are in our think box. And because we are in our think box, we have to build a model so that when you get to your play box, you're not thinking about what you're doing. You already thought about what you're going to be doing to such a degree that you know exactly what you're going to do when you do it. And then that's when you're so in the moment with what you're doing that you're making it happen. You're creating the experience. So if you have the unconscious belief that you don't think there's any energy down there, change it. If you have the unconscious belief that you have to work really hard to get this to happen, change it. If you have the unconscious belief that you think that you can't get it or it's too hard for you to get it, change it. If you have the unconscious or subconscious belief that it's not going to happen to you, change it. If you have the belief that you're too old or you're too sick or you're too tired or it could happen to everybody else but it never will happen to you, change it. All you got to do is get passionate and change your mind, and you have to come out of your resting state, and you got to get big, and you got to want it more than anything else. That's the kind of energy that creates energy. That is a signal to your body that says, hey, I'm going to feed you. You can lay down when we're done. I don't want you complaining. I don't want you making excuses. I'm the boss right now. And I want that body to get a signal. Like when you jump on a horse and you wrap your legs around it and you give it a little kick, that means we ride. Let's go. You tell that body it's no longer the mind, you're the mind. And you work with it. You're conditioning it in training. And yes, I'm going to take you a little further than where you want to go. Don't you want to be challenged? Don't you want to stretch yourself in some way to make it another inroad so that it's easier when you do it the next time? And those of you that quit, that give up, maybe you never believed it could happen to you. So why don't you put that in the back seat? And let's see what happens when you go all in. Let's see what happens when you give your best. Now, with your eyes closed, I want you to listen to me. I want you to blow all the air out of your nose, all of it out of your nose. And now, when you get done with breathing, feel those muscles contracted. Now, listen to me. Blow the air out again all the way. Now, hold it. Now, feel those muscles contracting. Now, blow a little more air out of your nose and hold it. Now, one more time, just a little bit more. Force that air out. Now, lock everything you got in there. Now, pull up your perineum. Pull it up. And keep those muscles contracted. Now, just for the fun of it, see if you can squeeze them a little more. And now, relax. Think about what you just did, because we're going to do it again. I want you to feel these core muscles locking down because you're compressing these centers and milking them of energy. And when you do it properly, as you squeeze in there, you're evoking this system. So here we go. Eyes closed still, please. Now, just blow all the air out of your nose all the way to the end. Don't go fast. Blow it out. Now squeeze those muscles. Now as you keep them squeezed, blow a little more air out. More and hold it. Now squeeze a little more. Now blow even more air out. Now hold it. Now squeeze a little more. Now just whatever you got left. Force it out. Now hold it right there. Now pull up your perineum and squeeze those muscles and lock them down a little bit more and see what you got. Squeeze and pump now. Pump up and squeeze and relax. Come on, stay with me. Come on, remember, the resistance to uncertainty is the known. The clinging to the familiar is the known. Come on, let's step out here. The attachment to the certainty keeps people staying in the same place. Take a chance with me. Step into the unknown. Now, keep those eyes closed. Blow all that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it. Lock those muscles down. Squeeze. Come on. Now blow the air out again. Now hold it. Now squeeze those muscles. Now blow the air out again a little more. Now squeeze. Now blow all, whatever you got left in there. Now hold your breath there. Now don't. Now pull up and keep those muscles contracted. Now if you can, pull up and figure out how to squeeze those muscles so you can pump. Pump, pump, pump. Pull up now. Pull up and pump. Hold it and exhale. One more. Come on. Come on. One more. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it. Now pull those muscles in. Now blow more air out of your nose and squeeze a little more. Now blow more air out and squeeze. And now blow a little more air out, whatever you got left. Now hold it. Now squeeze. Now lift up your perineum. Pull your shoulders down, straighten your spine. And just for the fun of it, just pump, pump, pull up, and pump at the same time. Pull up higher, pull up higher, pull up higher. And as you pull up higher, lock those muscles up and relax. Now, when we do the breath after the break, I'm going to ask you to blow all that air out of your nose 3 or 4 times, just like we did, so all those muscles are contracted. Now this time, we're going to blow all that air out of our nose 3 or 4 times. And then as you inhale, you're going to keep those muscles locked, but it's like you're pulling a lever. I'm following my breath from that point where my breath starts in my perineum. I'm pulling my breath all the way up, straight up, right up to my pineal gland. I finish my breath right on it. That's where I want you to finish your breath, right on that pineal gland between the back of your throat in the back of your head. Just find it. You keep your attention on it. As you keep your attention on it, as you hold your breath and you keep those muscles locked in, you're going to do exactly what you just did. You're just going to pull those muscles up and you're going to pump and squeeze. And as you hold your breath and you push a little bit, just a little bit, it's the squeezing and the pumping that begins to push up against those crystals and just bump up against them. Touch, touch, touch. Figure it out. And then you're going to exhale. This is your think box. And I'm going to ask you to pause and feel energy in your brain. Invite it. Relax into it. Experience it, whatever you got. Take a moment. Don't rush into the next one. Don't analyze what you did. Enjoy your effort. And then you go in again. So now, let's put it together. Sit up. If you want to put your palms together the way some of you do, bring them up now. Those of you, hands on your thighs, I want you to sit up straight, open up the spine up. Now here we go. Come on. You got to get big. Blow that air out of your nose once. Now hold it, lock those muscles. Blow it out twice. Lock those muscles, pull them up. Blow it out again, squeeze. Blow it out again. Now get your attention on your perineum. Now keep those muscles contracted. Now inhale and follow that breath all the way up, right up to that pineal gland. Keep inhaling, keep inhaling. Now hold it. Now keep your attention on it. Stay aware of it. Now, with your attention on it, keep those muscles contracted. Pull up your perineum, shoulders down, straighten your spine. Now press, pull up. As you press, pull up more. Keep your attention on it. Pull up more. Pump, pump, and exhale. And feel that. Just take a moment and feel that in your brain. Come on, again. Come on. Let's get it down. Sit up. Blow that air out of your nose all the way once. Now hold it. Now squeeze. Now blow it out again. Come on, squeeze. Pull up. Blow out again. Squeeze. Pull those muscles up. Now inhale and keep pulling up and follow that breath right up your spine, through your chest, through your throat, right up to that pineal gland. Keep your attention on it. Finish your breath right on it. Now get underneath it. Now stay there. Now figure it out with your body how you're going to lift those muscles up, pull up your perineum even more, shoulders down, straighten your spine, and you're going to pull up and pump at the same time, putting pressure against that pineal gland. Keep pumping and exhale. Last one now. Come on, before the break, let's finish strong. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it. Pull those muscles up. Now blow out again. Lock those muscles down more. Blow air out again. Lock those muscles down. Now last bit out of your nose. Now hold it for a second. Put your attention on your perineum. Now slow, steady breath. Keep those muscles locked. Shoulders down. Follow your breath right up to that pineal gland. Finish your breath right on it. Now stay on it. That's your target. That's your point. Stay there. Now lift those muscles up. Squeeze and contract all those core muscles. Straighten your spine. Shoulders down. Now pull up and pump. Pull up and pump and pump and pump and touch it and pump again. Pull up and pump and exhale. That's how we're going to do the breath. Now, you're practicing. I don't expect you to move into gamma patterns on the first breath. I practiced this breath for many, many years. Some days I have to work harder than others. Just give yourself enough room to practice. Give yourself enough room to think about what you're doing. You're creating more coherence in your brain. You're opening up latent systems. You're activating latent systems. You're elevating your awareness by moving into a gamma pattern. But if you start getting inspired when the music starts, if you start getting into the present moment, you start feeling invincible or empowered or unlimited, that's the kind of energy that's going to begin to cause this energy to move. So you got to activate yourself, and you got to be moved by something. So when we come back from the break, we're going to piece together the breath and the practice of it into falling through those layers of the brain and allow you to lightly begin to rest and move through those brain waves without falling asleep, so you can open the door to the mystical. I'll see you in 15 minutes. That would be 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. Thank you.
you
Welcome back, everybody. I'll give you just a few minutes to get settled. Well, give you a few seconds to get settled. Now, think box, play box. The think box becomes more valuable when you understand what you're doing. You understand the science of what you're doing. And when you understand enough of the science and it's clear to you, you have a mind to execute with. You have new circuitry, new hardware. And the application, the use of that knowledge means you have to get your body involved. And getting the body involved is what creates the experience. And if we stay conscious of what we're doing during the experience and we keep practicing it, it'll become more unconscious, more automatic, more software, more of a neurological network, a new level of mind that's fired and wired together to create a hardwired program where it gets easier to do. And just like anything else, it takes more effort in the beginning, and as you practice it, it gets easier. That's where we want you to be. So that when you're frustrated or you run out of energy or you're lost and incoherent, you could sit down and do this and deliver energy back to your brain and begin to create those fields that begin to alter gravity and time. That's what those two fields, when they reverse, do. And we've done measurements to show that people actually get lighter when they do this breath. We put them on scales and they change their weight, their experience of gravity. So, eyes closed. And before I begin the music, I just want you to think about what you're about to do. You're thinking about right now, you want to take that creative energy that sits at the base of your spine and your perineum. That's your origin of your attention. That's where you start your breath, and you are going to take one slow, steady breath and pull that energy up into your brain, but you got to get your body coordinated in its muscles. So we're going to blow air out of the nose, you're going to hold it, and then you're going to lock those muscles, blow a little more out of the nose, lock them again, and force out whatever you got left. And now you got all those muscles locked down, and when you inhale, you're going to lift up your perineum, the muscles you use for intercourse, the muscles that you use to eliminate front and back. You pull up that pelvic floor, and you follow your breath, and your intention is you want that energy to finish right up at your brain. And as it moves through your chest, you bring those shoulders down, you straighten your spine, and you finish your breath right on that pineal gland, that target right there. And now, whatever you got left, you lift those muscles up even more, pull up your perineum, and as you hold your breath, you begin to pump and milk those centers. And as you pump, I want you to lift up those muscles all the way in your middle abdomen, your upper abdomen, shoulders down. I want you to lift it up into your chest, lift it up into your throat, lift it all the way up, right up to that pineal gland, and you are going to pump, 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 and touch it, compressing those crystals, and then I just want you to let go and feel. And I'll give you a few minutes, and I want you to stay with me. I don't want you to rush through this. I don't want you to anticipate. I want you to stay with me. And as that energy begins to move up into your brain, you're going to create that magnetic field. You're going to begin to alter your brain waves. You're going to begin to deliver more energy to your brain. We have so many measurements that says it's possible. And this is not about the experience. This is about you learning from the experience to refine your skills. Why? Because I want you to be grateful that you are who you are in the end of all of this. So here we go. Sit up. Eyes closed. What do you got? What are you bringing?
on, you gotta get big. You gotta want it. Pulling the mind out of the body. To free yourself. Come on, here we go. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Now lock it down. Blow out again. Squeeze, now blow out again. Squeeze. Hold it. Come on. Perineum to pineal. Inhale. Hold that energy. Lift up all the way to the brain. Hold it. Keep your attention on it. Now lift up. Now pump. Pull up and pump. 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 Pump and exhale. Feel that in your brain. Come on, don't resist. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it. Squeeze. Now blow it out again. Squeeze a little more. Blow it out again. Squeeze a little more. Blow it out again. Squeeze. Now inhale. Pull that breath right up your spine, all the way to that pineal gland. And finish your breath. Right on it. That's your target. Here we go. Now pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Now pump, pull up, and pump, and pump, and pump. And exhale. Feel that in your brain. That's energy in your brain. Here we go. Blow that air all the way out of your nose. Now squeeze and hold it. And blow it out again and squeeze. Blow it out again, squeeze a little more. Blow it out again, squeeze. And inhale from your perineum with the intention of pulling that energy right up to your pineal gland. Now finish your breath right on it. That's your target. Now figure it out. Pull those muscles up. Pull them up, 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 and pull it up and pump. Come on, squeeze, squeeze, pump, pump, and exhale. Feel that in your brain. That's energy. In your brain. Come on, what do you got on this one? Come on, what are you bringing? Come on, you gotta get big. You just gotta want it. Now blow that air all the way out of your nose, all the way. Now hold it. Blow it out a little bit more. Hold it, squeeze. Blow it out a little more, squeeze a little more. Pull up, blow it out, pull up. Now inhale. Pull that breath from your perineum all the way up to that pineal gland. Keep inhaling. Now hold it. Put your attention on it. Lock those muscles a little more. Pull up. Shoulders down. Straighten your spine. Now pump. Squeeze. Pump. Pump. And exhale. Feel that in your brain. Perineum to pineal gland. Come on, here we go. Come on, take a ride. Blow all that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it. Lock it down. Come on, we're gonna get unlocked. Blow it out again. Squeeze. One more time. Squeeze a little more. Blow it out. Now one breath, slow and steady. Pull that energy all the way up to your pineal gland. Finish your breath right on it. That's your target. Now figure it out. Shoulders down, lift those muscles up. Pull them up. Now pump as you pull up. Pull up higher. Pull up higher. Pull up higher. Now pump, 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 and exhale. Feel that? In your brain. That's energy. In your brain. Come on, think about it now. Come on, when you bring it. Inhale. Now blow all that air out. Now squeeze. Hold it. Blow it out again. Squeeze a little more. Blow it out, squeeze. Blow last bit out, now squeeze. Lock it down, now inhale. Come on, pull that breath right up to your pineal gland. Finish your breath right on it. Keep your attention on it. Now pull up more. Now pump, pump, pump. Come on, pump, pull up and pump. Squeeze a little more. Pull up, squeeze. Now exhale. Feel that in your brain. Feel it. Relax into it. I'm gonna blow that air all the way out of your nose. Now hold it. Squeeze. Blow it out again. Lock it down. Come on. Blow it out again. A little bit more out of the nose. Lock it down. Perineum. Now inhale from your perineum all the way up your spine. Right to that pineal gland. Finish your breath. Right on it. Now keep your attention on it. Come on. Now lift those muscles up. Now pump. Pull up and pump. 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 One more pump. Hold it. And exhale. Feel that in your brain. That's energy in your brain. Blow that air out of your nose. Come on, let's finish strong all the way. I'll squeeze. I'll blow it out again. Squeeze a little more. Out of the nose, a little more. Squeeze. Lock them down. Now inhale from your perineum all the way to your pineal gland. Finish your breath on it. Come on, keep your target. Now pump, pull up, pump, pump, pump. One more pump. Hold it. And exhale. Feel that in your brain. And relax. Your body feel your body relaxing. More. And relax. Into nothing. And become aware. There's infinite. Vast. Space. Way out. Beyond you. How far? Is endless space. How deep? Does the blackness go? Sense the infinite blackness. Beyond you. Feel your connection to it. To nothing. Pay more attention to it. Less attention to you. Feel all the blackness. Become aware. The same endless space. Beyond you. Is behind you. Sense it. Feel your connection to it. Stay. Aware of it. Feel your connection to it. To nothing. Become aware. the endless, vast, space, on both sides of you. Sense it. Feel. Into the blackness. Feel your connection to it. To nothing. And become nothing. Feel. The blackness. Feel more of it. Less of you. And dissolve. Your identity. And relax. To nothing. to all the nothing. And feel and relax. Into the unknown. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it. Relax into it. Become it. Feel your connection to it. Within you, feel it. And all around you. And become nothing. And trust. The unknown. Tune in. Possibilities. In the vastness of space. As an awareness. Tune in. Stay present with it. And feel. Feel it. Become more aware of it. Stay connected to it. Pay more attention to it. It's all around you. And relax even more. Into nothing. Tune in to this unifying feel. In nothing. Find it. Become aware of it. Feel your connection to it. Become more aware of it. And dissolve. To the energy. The greater consciousness. In the back. Feel it. Become it. Stay present with it. Stay connected to it. Feel its vibration. That's frequency. Nothing. Relax more into it. Feel more of it. Become more aware of it. Feel more connected to it. Open up. Feel. Within you. All around you. At the same time. The field passes through you. Feel your connection to it. Feel it all around you. Tune in. Vacuum. Feel. Feel it. That's energy. Notice it. That's energy. Feel more connected to it. That's energy. Experience more of it. It's within you. And all around you. Passes through you. That's energy. Become more aware of it. That's energy. In nothing. Sense it. Sense more of it. As a thought, as an awareness, in nothing, in the realm of all thoughts. all possibilities. In the nothing. Beyond space and time. Become aware of a thought that you can go deeper. And in the realm of thought, become aware that you're aware. That you're deeper. That thought has a frequency that'll take you deeper. Find the frequency of deeper. Become aware. That you're deeper. Just feel it. Relax into it. Experience it. Trust it. Trust in the unknown. And open up. To deeper. More. And lose yourself. To the experience of deeper. Feel it. Enjoy it. Tune in. To intelligent love. Deep within you. Notice it. Feel it. Stay aware of it. Surrender to it. That's patterns of energy. Within you. All around you. The living matrix. It's just patterns of energy. Passing through you. Connected all around you. In the nothing. Feel it. Feel your connection to it. And feel. Now, without breaking your state, lay down on your back. Soften the rigidity of your body. To the surface below you. Notice it. Laying on the ground. It's your body. Stay aware of it. resting. Feel its weight. And relax it, the whole body. More. Stay with me. The electric universe. Patterns of brilliant light. Organizing as energy. Connecting matter to matter. Energy to energy. Matter to energy. To form subatomic particles. They're patterns of energy. Atoms in your body, gravitationally organized energy into patterns. It's your body, feel it. Just notice it. Come on, experience it and enjoy it. It's light. Become aware of it. Molecules or patterns of energy to matter, energy to energy. Matter to matter. Patterns are chemicals. Cells have light and patterns. A matrix. A pattern. Order or syntropy. Cells of patterns, tissues, like-minded units to perform. Sense it in your body. Light. Organs. Patterns in systems. Notice that. That's energy. It's light in your body. Feel it. The electric web is within you. And all around. Feel your body's connection to it. Become it. Feel your connection to it. Relax into it. Patterns of energy. Beautiful, beautiful energy. Within you, and all around you. Tune in. To a living matrix. Connect to life. That's energy. Within you, that consumes the entire universe. Harmonize. The electric web. God bless us. One mind. One heart. It's us. Remember. Remember, we come from behind the veil.
Hey, you guys.
Yep, I'm with you.
So can you kill that reverb? Or should I kill it here?
No, I'll kill it. It's just going to be 1 sec. I'm still uploading that other tune.
So there's no monitor in here for me to see myself while I talk today. Why?
Couldn't have it all to get the glare and stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. everybody. Dr. Joe here. Hang on, I'm just going to lower the reverb on my mic. We were practicing here. I wanted to just welcome you back, of course, to Unlocked. This is about unlocking greater potential within you. And in these coaching sessions, again, I want to challenge you and work on giving you the proper knowledge and information to remind you when it comes to the practice that you believe in possibility a little bit more. And that level of uncertainty that causes us to doubt is diminished, and we step into the unknown and we create from there. And last time we were together, I was telling you a little story about myself, and I'd like to pick up for a few minutes and talk to you before we put our blindfolds on. So that young guy that was in undergraduate school that was sharing an apartment with 4 other guys, a lot of nights staying up talking about all kinds of things. I mean, that's what you do in college. Your brain is changing dramatically. You're developing a whole new identity. You're making new friends. You're doing new things, and just a real diverse group of guys always talking. But those 3 guys that were sleepwalkers and sleep talkers, I noticed some really interesting things about them. They would really, if I said something to them, they accepted what I said a lot of times, like almost without ever analyzing it. And I used to tease them all the time and say, "No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm not." And just because I noticed this quality that information kind of, they believed everything. And I saw that if they were laying on the couch or sitting on the couch, I used to talk to them a lot of times while they were beginning to fall asleep. And I noticed that it modified certain things about them. And at the same time, I was looking into hypnosis because I didn't want to have to study. Remember, I just wanted to be able to go to school, learn the information, and have more time to do other things. So I started reading all these books on hypnosis. And while I'm reading these books on hypnosis and having this kind of alternative life doing yoga, and not really telling my roommates much about it, I remember that I was in high school, and my father, being an Italian immigrant, was very interested in his sons either being a doctor or a lawyer or an artist or something creative, and so I just happened to be very interested in science. I liked it. I accelerated in it, and so I knew he wasn't saying that I had to do it, but it would make him happy on some level, and I was interested in it. But the more I was a very sincere kid in high school and did well in school, and I was always thinking, what am I going to do with my life? What am I going to do with my life? And medicine was something I was considering. I got accepted to a school that had a great pre-med program, so I was going in that direction. But at the same time that I start doing yoga and start investigating other things while I'm in high school, I'm walking through the library, and on the shelf in the library, there's a book that said 5 things about quackery that you shouldn't believe. And one was chiropractic, one was acupuncture, one was yoga, one was nutritional medicine, or at the time it was called orthomolecular medicine, and one was hypnosis. And I picked the book up and I looked at it and I just thought, wow, this is weird. And I started reading it, and it actually caused me to be more interested in the subject. So this whole thing about chiropractic, I started looking into it because it was something alternative, and I went to a health fair at the university that I was going to attend, and at the health fair there was a chiropractor, and I just kind of went up to him and challenged him just in a way that I remember, information I read in the book, and he was so calm and so cool with me, and he just started talking to me about what chiropractic was, and about this intelligence that lives within the body, that's giving us life, and it travels through the nervous system, and from contraction, injury, whatever, imbalance. There are fixations in the spine diminish the flow of nerve supply to different parts of the body, and it's not just structural, it's vitalistic. There's life when you make a correction, and it made sense to me. And so I had never experienced it, and so I had him do some work on me, and I was immediately fascinated because he was doing so many cool things. So he said, "Listen, I'm doing a seminar in a month, and it's for doctors, but anyway, he just kind of mentions it." And so I take the flyer, and I, my immigrant Italian father, I talk him into going to this seminar and pretending like he's a doctor. And I tell him, don't say anything. Don't smile too much, because you smile all the time. I was in high school. Let's just go, and we'll just get under the radar, and we'll learn all this stuff, right? So we started learning all this stuff, and my father was actually intrigued in it. And that was good, because it gave me a little room to make another choice. And so I graduated from high school, and I won a scholarship, and the president of the scholarship fund is the president of the Chiropractic Association in the state I grew up in. So he takes me under his wing, and I start following him around in his clinic, and he worked a lot of evenings. So I would finish work in the summer or whatever, and I would go and hang out with him, and he would talk to me all the time, and I got really excited about it. So anyway, by the time I got to undergraduate school, I was interested in a lot of those things that book once said was quackery. It just started to make more sense to me. And it caused me to feel more like a rebel, like I just didn't want to fall into the traditional category. So I studied nutrition. Then my background was in biochemistry. So while I went to chiropractic college, I was also taking courses in the evenings for a degree in nutritional science. And then I started doing a lot of hypnosis. Then I started getting really into it. And my roommate and I would hypnotize each other at the end of every day and to remember everything we learned in the lectures. And we wanted to get full recall. So in and out of hypnosis, here we're going. We don't really know what we're doing, but we're following the instructions in a few books. And all of a sudden, this door opens somewhere after a period of time, and it just starts getting very dimensional and really pretty crazy. While we're doing all this yoga at 4 a.m. and moving our bodies, and all of a sudden, while I'm doing all this yoga, I'm starting to correlate all these things. I'm learning more about the body from the experience of doing yoga through an experience, and everything's starting to make sense in what I'm learning academically. And all my friends guys and women in my class, they were always partying. I mean, they were out drinking, and here I am up at 4 a.m. and you're doing yoga every day and learning all this stuff. And the guys above us are having parties, and my embryology teacher knocks on the wrong door. He's expecting to go to the party, and he walks in, and it's like a temple in my apartment, and he's just like, whoa, wow. And I just had so many other interests, and while I'm in chiropractic college, I'm also learning about hypnosis, and I take my student loan. And on the weekends, I go and study with a really great hypnotherapist. And it's very clinical, and it's very scientific. And we had broken away from what we were doing because things got too weird, and it opened my mind even more while I'm learning all about yoga and about meditation and all this stuff. And for me, I get lost in this school, and I get 4 degrees in hypnotherapy, and then start really working in a clinical setting. I was working 2 days a week while I was going to school in a holistic healing center, health center, and they hired me. I was in my 20s as a hypnotherapist, and I started applying everything I learned. I just followed how it worked, and I understood suggestibility a lot, and I understood how people take information and what suggestibility was, and the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. And it was all making sense to me. And it was kind of lining up with what the yogis were doing. Somehow they were able to alter their blood pressure and their body temperature. And while I'm learning about all these different breaths, I run into my physiology teacher, a brilliant guy, and he's an amazing pianist, and he's really different, and he does meditation, and he was studied with Coptic masters, and he started telling me about stories of his teacher being buried, for 3 days underground, to raise money for his ministry, and he was talking about all these different breaths, and again, here I am just kind of piecing it all together, and I start working in the clinical setting, and I start seeing amazing results when I just stick to what I'm supposed to do, and I start working with fears and phobias and memory and sports and gifted and talented children and anorexia and bulimia and anorgasmia and smoking and alcoholism and relationship things. And I had a model for that as well. And in a very short amount of time, I'm starting to witness how people are programmable subconsciously. And some people in the present moment are so programmable that they change right before your eyes, or there's a health condition and there it's not, or there's some limitation because of some past experience, and then in a very short amount of time, with the proper suggestion, I was fascinated to see rashes disappear or all kinds of health conditions begin to change right in front of me. And so then I knew what the yogis were teaching. I knew how hypnotherapy was really, self-hypnosis was like a form of meditation. And then when I finished my, processes of doing all the yoga postures and then doing the hard calisthenics, and I started to realize that when I was doing the calisthenics, that if I blew all the air out while I was doing some activity, just like you did the other day, and you forced a little bit more out and forced a little bit more out, and instead of breathing, but what I was doing is I was contracting the same muscles as if I was breathing, but I wasn't taking a breath, that somehow that was the pumping mechanism that started to move that fluid. So here I am now, trying to piece all these things together. And while at the end of my calisthenics, I start to do this self-hypnosis process, and I start working every day and quieting my mind. And I realized at a certain point that those thoughts that I had been paying attention to, that I really thought were the truth, all of a sudden, they didn't seem to be as truthful as I once believed in or what I thought about. And one day I just saw that there was like an animal, a scared animal crossing a road. When first time you do it, you hit the animal, that thought, on some level, it's faster than you, and you can't react in time. And then you start swerving because the thoughts are coming. And then in a period of time, you actually can anticipate the thought, and you can anticipate your speed. And instead of the thought running into the thought, you're just aware of it, and you can move past it. And so I practice this all the time, and getting beyond certain aspects of myself. And then I graduated chiropractic college, and at the same time I was studying martial arts and got a degree, a black belt in martial arts, and then continued my studies when I moved to San Diego. And then I was living a great life, and I thought everything's perfect. And then I got run over by a truck, and now all of a sudden it's game time. It's like I know too much about this innate intelligence that's within us. Then there's a universal intelligence, and our nervous system kind of hooks us up, and my educated mind is what I fill my brain with that causes me to think, but this intelligence is beyond conscious. On some level, it's a subconscious process, and so I'm a young guy, moving to Southern California, have a great practice, have a great life, successful life and great friends, and then here I am laying face down, and I'm looking at this idea that the power that made the body heals the body, but in this case, to what extent could I believe that? And I think during that time when I was injured, I was asking bigger questions all the time, and this was the moment where I had to take everything I knew and weigh it against what I didn't know. And I always say, you're in trouble in your life when your friends around you are realizing you have to make a choice whether you're going to succumb to surgery, and or you're going to take a chance on possibility and the discomfort, that you can see in people's eyes. They're really, when they pat you on the back or give you a hug, what they're really feeling is, I'm so glad I'm not you. I'm so glad I'm going to go back to my life, and I'm just glad I'm not in your position. I could see, in their eyes the discomfort that they had, but for me, it was my moment. I had to decide, and so that indecision was a big challenge for me, because I have developed a good analytical mind, and I've used it to my advantage, and now all of a sudden I had to make a decision, and the idea of possibly never being able to walk again, and weighing that against the life that I knew, I struggled quite a bit. And the indecision was torture for me. It was a dark night of the soul, because I realized that nobody's going to make that choice but me. That it was a choice that I ultimately had to make, and nobody else, and I had to be responsible for that choice. And then you think about the worst thing that could happen to you, and you begin to emotionally embrace it, and you drive yourself into high beta, into anxiety, and on some level that was happening for me, and I had to surround myself in people that were interested in seeing possibility in what I was doing, and I wouldn't see anybody who was going to feel sorry for me. And so I had to come up with a plan, and I just decided one night that I wasn't going to go ahead with the surgery, because I realized that all the doctors that I talked to were mechanists. They saw things in terms of cutting and rebuilding and fastening, and I realized that I knew more about spinal biomechanics because of my background than they did. They understood it, but they really weren't into biomechanics. They were into fixing the mechanics. So anyway, I decided against the surgery, and then I just started thinking, well, if this intelligence is within me, and it's what's giving me life, and it's this innate intelligence, well, and it's conscious. If it's a consciousness is awareness, and awareness is paying attention. So it must be paying attention, which means it's got to be present. It's got to be. I got to be in the present moment to connect with it. And I thought, if I could get present with it, and then design what I wanted, like really get into the details of what I wanted, and not lose my attention to start thinking about anything else. And when I was complete with the model, complete with the design, to the degree that I actually was pleased with it, I couldn't do the healing. I was just going to surrender it. Like, here, this is what I need. You're this intelligence. And so theoretically, it sounded really easy. I saw enough changes in people's lives through hypnosis. I read about the great yogis that were able to do all these things. And I had moments where I experienced some great things in terms of this energy, but I really never had the full experience of it, of connecting with it. And so my attention, when I started out, was I couldn't pay attention. I was always thinking that the worst thing was going to happen. I'd be in a wheelchair. Should I sell my home? Should I sell my practice? What should I do? And my mind kept wandering, and I get frustrated. And the more frustrated and impatient I got, the more I was moving away from the operating system where true change could take place. And then I was victimized, and I was going through all those emotions, and then I just said, I got to make a plan here. And so I started on this process of reconstructing my spine, and eating the right foods and doing everything I knew to bring the body back into homeostasis and balance. And I struggled quite a bit with getting my mind to do what I wanted it to do for a long time. But I just wouldn't give up. I had no other option, really. The only thing I had was just this belief, and I had to go all in. And of course, I wasn't going anywhere. I was laying face down. I wasn't seeing many people. I wasn't in my normal routine life, and there was this death going on at the same time of my identity, and I was getting humbled more every day, and the things that I didn't pay attention to started to become more important to me. And I started reading, and I had the time to read. I was looking for knowledge and information that would support what I believed. And so I read all the time, and so I created this whole plan of what I was going to do. And to spare you from all the other things, I really worked on connecting with this intelligence. And And I could never complete the model. If I started to sway to other thoughts, I realized, now I'm thinking about that. I'm showing it what I don't want to have happen instead of what I do want to have happen. So I stop and start all over again. And after a while, I just was able to sense the thought without it happening, and I would just reframe and I just keep going. And I remember I went through the whole process, and it just felt really amazing. I just felt like I connected. Something cool happened. And then I felt like this level of worth, like I made it. I did something. I accomplished what I've been trying to do for months, for weeks, and it felt good. It felt right. And then it got easier. I don't know. I was firing and wiring all the entire time. I was repeating. I was paying attention, staying present, self-correcting, and when I fired and wired enough circuits, I think I created that level of mind to do it easier and easier. And I was practicing staying present. And I was a focused kid anyway, but now I wanted to take it to the next level. And when I started to do that really well, my body started to change. I started to notice a lot of changes in my physical body. And I started to realize that what I was doing was actually working. And so now I did it with more passion and more sincerity. And by doing it and understanding that I had to get beyond my logic and reason and get beyond my analytical mind, because I had studied the concept in hypnosis, and meditation was the same thing, then I had to work every day in getting calm and getting present. So when I was getting calm and present, I started getting really happy. I just started, like everybody else was feeling sorry for me, and I was like, I'm doing pretty good. I feel blessed. I feel good. And then I started thinking about all the things I took for granted in my life, and I started thinking about, God, I want to see a sunset again. I just want to go to the beach. I promise. I'll never take it for granted when I walk on the beach or watch the sunset. I'll stay aware. I want to sit at a dinner table with my friends, and I want to laugh again and eat. I want to get in the shower and let the water hit my face and stand up again. All the things that I started selecting those potentials, and I was just, because I had nothing else to do. And thank God there weren't cell phones at that time, or maybe there were and I didn't know about them. But I would just emotionally embrace that scene, and somehow it felt good to my body, and I didn't judge it or whatever. But in time, I began to realize that I was emotionally embracing the outcome before it happened, and I was marrying that intention with an elevated emotion, and my brain and body were getting primed to a future. And then all of a sudden I started getting well a lot faster. And it occurred to me when I started asking bigger questions later on that if my healing was happening and there was changes in bone structure and changes in all those different things, then there would be some type of gene expression changed, And when I finally got up and walked, I just couldn't stop thinking about how could this have possibly happened? Like, it worked. And I probably had a limited comprehension of what I was doing, but I had another thing to believe in. And that's when I started asking bigger questions. That's when I wanted to understand gene regulation and proteins and proteins for structure and function and that expression of proteins, because the body is producing proteins all the time, is the expression of life. And the more orderly, the more coherent, the more syntropic those proteins are, the greater the energy, the greater the vibration, the greater the message, the greater the signal. And so, I had a yoga studio in San Diego, had a martial arts studio also, and then I, doing the triathlons and stuff, I had this particular life and this particular identity. And then after, my own initiation, the worst thing that could have happened to me turns out to be one of the best things that could happen to me. And I'm just happy to be alive, like in a level I had never been before. In fact, when I would golf and I'd duff a shot, and I would laugh and I would be like, what am I going to be? Why would I let that ruin my joy, And then I couldn't relate with the people in my life any longer because I wasn't the same person. I was different. And I had other interests, and I wanted to ask the big questions and answer those questions. And I wanted to begin to see if if what I did worked. Would it be possible to have other people done this? And looking into spontaneous remissions and then the quantum, and looking into if mind affects matter, what is mind, and how do we control the mind, and is there neuroscience, and what about hormones and chemistry, and how is it signaled, and what are those molecules that are made in the brain that affect our emotions, and what is the mind-body connection, and what's electromagnetism, and what is epigenetics, and so I wanted to understand it from a scientific standpoint, but at the same time, I wanted to see if people were actually doing it. And what was once considered a miracle that's outside of convention, maybe there's some similarities. And so I wanted to see if there were other people that experienced something similar. And I started looking into spontaneous remissions, and this is where it got cool, because when I looked at the evidence, it was without a doubt that there were people that were actually healing, that were outside of the explanation or the beliefs of modern science or medicine. And I wanted to see what those relationships were and what the correlations were between these people that had the experience, hundreds of them. And so I siphoned it down to just 4 things. And when I studied those 4 things, I wanted to see, wow, if the scientist in me says that's possible, because these people have scans and results to prove it, then we just can't say it's a miracle. We gotta build a model, and it's got to make sense, and we've got to be able to replicate it. And whatever's repeatable is scientific, and teach people. If it worked on sick people, it should work on sick people if you understand it. And if it worked on sick people, it should work on well people too. And then you come across the mind-body connection, and there's no greater understanding of the connection between mind and body when you look at the stress response, because that reaction to some condition in your life that causes you to move out of balance and move into a state of arousal, and people become dependent on the conditions to re-experience that same arousal, it makes total sense that if those chemicals that they're creating because of the stress response are down-regulating genes, and they're thinking about their problems, their thoughts are making them sick. And I started realizing that when I started studying people, that was one of the things they came to understand. And they learned how to move back into balance emotionally and break certain habits of thought and of behaviors and emotional reactions. And that was the unlearning process. And they had some type of belief in a greater power that was giving them life. And they trusted that it was serving, and it would take care of them. And they stressed less about the diagnosis. They stressed less about what the doctor had told them. And on some level, their simplicity had another idea. And some of them really started planning on, when they got better, how they would be, what they would change about themselves. And they thought a lot about it. And they were changing their brain and body through mental rehearsal and reconstructing a new mind and believing in themselves and believing in a future again before it happened. So I was fascinated by that. I actually went back to school and studied neuroscience, took more neuroscience classes to understand it, and studied brain scans and all this crazy stuff. And so those people, they got lost in time. When they did it properly, they were transcendent of time. And then, I started realizing that the mind and body are always connected, that they're never separate, that's a belief. And so when we started seeing the amazing changes taking place at our events, it was a dream come true. And I was waking up in my dream because we have traveled and traversed to such greater levels, you and I, in the process of the demystification of the known self for a greater experience of the unknown self. And so here we are now, and we're combining some of those principles and piecing it together so that people can heal their bodies. And what is unknowable to them through their intellect can become knowable by divine intervention, by an experience with the mystical, the initiation of knowledge and information that's not coming through their senses from their three-dimensional reality, but through information that their brain is processing from the field. And they have taken the time to put a lot of attention on that field. And where you place your attention is where you place your energy. And They start putting more attention on that field, and that invisible field is possibility, and it's orderly, and it begins to create more order in the nervous system if they can dampen down the intelligent mind, the analytical mind, the intellect, the educated self, the autobiographical self that's connected to everything known that it's experienced in the past. So if the brain is firing in the same sequences, same patterns, and same combinations every single day, and the person is living by the same level of mind, they see their reality, they perceive their reality through that level of mind. If they're going to experience something new or something unknown about themselves that they want to create, then they have to get beyond everything that they've already created that is known, and they have to dissociate from it. And that process is the meditative process. And that process then is activating the forebrain. And so today I want to talk to you about meditation. I want to remind you about the frontal lobe. I want to deepen your understanding with space-time and time-space. And I want you to know that, yes, I'm teaching the breath differently because I'm trying to say it as many ways as I can. And I want to give you another opportunity today to work on it with me again. And I just want to refine that a little bit more for you now that you've gone in and had the experience. And yes, I know there's questions. I assure you that's good because I got your mind on something other than your cell phone. I'm so happy about that. And if you're uncomfortable and you're in the river of change and you're challenged by what you're doing, I love it because you're weighing what you know against what you don't know, and you're thinking about it all the time, and you're thinking about it, and you're reviewing it, and you're repeating it, and you're installing circuitry. And just don't be frustrated. Just understand that you're going to get it, and this is the learning process. If you get frustrated, you're going to slow it down. You're just going to get more frustrated. So I want to say it another way. I want to put it together for you another way, and then we'll get to work. So let's begin by putting your blindfolds on. Sit up and close your eyes. Now, this is the way we are learning as a community. We're connecting from the same level of mind, and mind is the brain in action. So as I remind you of what you've learned in the past, with enough knowledge and information, I'm activating circuits that are existing, not in the frontal lobe, but in the rest of the neocortex, which are neurological networks that you've created by learning and experiencing over and over again. And each one of those individual neurological networks produces an automatic level of mind. And the installation of them defines our hardwired thoughts, our unconscious habits and behaviors, our emotional reactions, and the networks of neurons that are memories from the past that cause us to feel certain ways because we haven't overcome the feeling from some past experience. So then that brain of yours called the neocortex, as I teach you this information and I'm activating those circuits, while you're in the present moment, and there will be times when you think about your cell phone or how long I'm going to carry on or what's he going to say next or am I doing it right? Those are all just thoughts you just got to move through. And I just want you to keep coming back to the present moment. I want you to keep coming back and recorrecting. That's you sharpening your skill of attention and being present. And every time you do it is a victory, and those victories add up, and you are so worth the victory when you make up your mind to have it. So now, the frontal lobe, the crowning achievement of the human being, 40% of your entire brain, that is the creative center of the brain. The rest of the neocortex, as I said, are just neurological networks, automatic programs that cause you to learn, to experience, to have a personality, to live a certain way, to have a past that shaped you through your family, through your culture, through your education, through your beliefs, through your religion, through your programming, whatever it is. And if you're hardwired in certain ways and those networks are more finite, it makes sense because you're thinking, acting, and feeling a certain way that if you're going to want those networks to be used in a new combination, in a new sequence, in a new pattern, you're going to need a boss to be able to do it. And it's the frontal lobe that says, all right, listen, I've lived this life long enough. I can predict everything that's going to happen. I'm kind of bored. Yeah, it's good, but I want to live a better life. I want to have these experiences? Other people are having them, and if other people can have them, I can have them. What would it be like to be free? I don't know. I'm making this up. What would it be like to be more unlimited? What would it be like to have a mystical experience? What would it be like to live a happy life where I'm proud of my life? It's a great art piece that I've created. Now, you turn on the frontal lobe because it's the creative center, it's the innovator, it's the inventor, it's the speculator. It restrains emotions and neurological habituations from behaviors and experiences of the past and emotional reactions of the past. And it gets us present enough to begin to think about something unknown. And the frontal lobe asks the frontal lobe question, what would it be like? Now, the frontal lobe literally is the symphony leader that's connected to all the circuits of your brain. That's what it's got to work with. And as the frontal lobe searches all the associated neurological networks in your brain to answer that question, what would it be like? It's going to draw from the knowledge base you have and the experiences that you've created in your life. Episodic memories being experience, semantic memories being knowledge and information. And it's going to work with those networks, and through a greater level of mind, through a greater level of order, it's going to begin to call up those associated neurological networks in the brain to build a new model. And it's going to take a little work, and it's going to cause you to feel uncomfortable. It's going to cause you to feel like something's not right. It's not working yet. And that preoccupation is what causes you to continue to want to think about it. And you're reconstructing ideas in your mind, and if you're learning about what you're interested in becoming, the knowledge now is the raw materials for you to build a bigger model. And you've been fortunate enough to have some great experiences in your life, and you have developed some really good habits. You can bring that with you to create a new experience of yourself. Those are things that are instrumental. They work for you. So the frontal lobe then gets busy calling up these different networks of neurons to cause the brain to fire in new sequences, new patterns, and new combinations. And as I said, whenever you make your brain work differently, you're changing your mind. So now you're reminding yourself of what is possible based on your information that you learned that caused you to become more aware of possibility. That's what information and knowledge does. The extra circuits that you install in your brain causes you to become aware of what you were once unaware of because you have a new level of mind. And when you become more aware of possibility, you start seeing that there are other things that you could experience that you would have never saw before if you didn't ask the question, or were not challenged in your life by some condition or circumstance to cause you to see it from a greater level of mind. And so the process of overcoming the doubt, overcoming the how and the when, and overcoming am I worthy and all that stuff then is the pruning away process of what you don't want to bring. You can't be wealthy and be in lack. It just doesn't work. You can't be wealthy and feel unworthy. It doesn't work that way. So you start looking at what you're not going to bring as well, and you gotta silence those circuits in the brain that are connected to the past, to an old level of mind that caused you to experience reality equal to it. So then as you begin to cause the brain to fire new sequences and new patterns and new combinations, if you do it properly and the frontal lobe turns on and your creative center is activated, all of a sudden you get a picture in your mind, a hologram. You see a possibility, you see an outcome. And that outcome seems very real because the frontal lobe is the place where we make thought more real than anything else. Now you're selecting a new possibility in the quantum field, and you create a new level of mind. And if it's done properly, that new level of mind causes you to begin to become surprised that it's that clear for you, and you start to feel the feelings of what it would feel like when it happens. And now you're combining a clear intention with an elevated emotion, and that feeling is causing you to remember that future. And in a sense, you're branding the circuitry in there for you to believe that it's possible the next time you visit it, because now you're creating a new neurological network, a new program. You're rewriting a new script. You're starting to tell a new story in the brain. Now the brain is moving out of the past into the future. And the stronger the emotion you feel from that image in your mind, the more you're going to pay attention to the picture. And the body's so objective, it doesn't know the difference between the experience in your life that's creating the emotion and the emotion that you're creating by thought alone. The body is believing it's in that future, and the emotions have nothing to do with fear or resentment or jealousy or envy or impatience or unworthiness or guilt. or hostility, those are emotions from the past. This is a heart-centered emotion, and somehow your energy changes. And because energy from the past is moving out of the body into the heart, it's moving up to the brain. And we feel inspired, we feel unlimited, we feel optimistic, we feel grateful. Something switches in our energy. And now that energy is us emitting more information. And so people who have this experience, a forebrain experience, because they took the time to contemplate and answer the question, is it possible? It makes sense then that people who have this experience, you can't talk them out of it. You can't talk them out of their future. They felt it. They know that they know. And no person, no circumstance in their life is going to move them from it. And many people in this work, when they sit down to do the work, and they're going to step from their think box into the play box, when that music starts, or when that meditation begins, they're changing their energy already. They've made up their mind. And there are people in this work that have healed themselves. And there are elders in this work, and they made up their mind in one moment. And they can tell you the moment they made up their mind, where they were, what time of day it was, what they were wearing, what they were doing. The moment defined them. That was a long-term memory, and their body got a sampling, a taste of the future. And they were after that feeling. They wanted it every day, and they were signaling those genes out of the environment. And that's what happens when we make up our mind. It's a clear intention combined with an elevated emotion, and that's a big splash in the quantum field. That's a big ripple in a placid lake that begins to move out from your field when you do it, and you're defining yourself in the present moment. And if you're feeling the emotion of your future, as I said the other day, while you're in the present moment, if that emotion is joyful, it's freeing, it's ecstatic, you're not going to want to leave the moment. And because you're so captured in the moment, you are in the place where all possibilities exist, the eternal present moment, the place called the generous present moment, where all possibilities exist. And when you step into the unknown right there, you are moving out of the familiar past of brain circuits that have defined you as an identity that's connected to certain experiences in your life with people and objects and things and places. That's what you talk about all the time. Why? For the emotion that's associated with it. So then that process of revisiting the past and emotionally feeling it is conditioning the body into the past. It's conditioning it into the known. And as I said the other day, the repetition of doing the same routine every day habituates you into a predictable future. And now, that is the known as well. And when we get into the present moment, that is the unknown. So the frontal lobe brings us into the present moment, and it acts like a volume control. It can lower the volume in the circuits in your brain that are connected to your identity that's based in the past. And as you begin to lower the volume to those levels of mind, those different automatic circuits in your brain, you're silencing the circuits in your brain that are connected to your association of the known, which means if you want to experience an unknown aspect of yourself, if you're in the jar, you can't see the label. In fact, if you're associating with everything known, you can't, as a personality, experience the unknown until you don't become your personality self. And that is the dialing down, the volume control of all those automatic programs in the rest of the brain, silencing the circuits that have to do with feeling your body, moving your body, quieting down the circuits in your brain that have to do with the routine of automatic language. The voice in your head diminishes, lowering the volume to the circuits in your brain that process the experience of self and non-self. All of a sudden, you lose the boundaries of separation. Silence the circuits in your brain that have to do with your association centers to past memories and your identity and all your experiences. And as you begin to do that properly, the frontal lobe lowers the volume so that you're not distracted by your environment when you're paying attention and being present. You're not preoccupied with your body. You're not thinking about the predictable future, the familiar past. You're present. And I have wonderful people in my life who have an amazing frontal lobe. And it's super attractive because they can very easily disconnect and focus their attention and get things done. And they know how to turn it on, and they know how to pay attention, and they know how to restrain certain emotions and behaviors, and they know how to dial down the thinking neocortex, and the frontal lobe is what does that, so we can make thought more real than anything else, and it causes us to move into that realm called time-space, the eternal present moment. That's the moment you're in the creative state. Now, the third thing about the frontal lobe I want you to remember is that if your personality is 95% hardwired thoughts and attitudes, automatic behaviors and programmed habits and emotions from the past, and that's 95% of you, and your personality creates your personal reality, then in order for you to change from your current self to a new self, if 95% of you is unconscious, the first step is to become so conscious of those unconscious thoughts that you would never let them slip by your awareness unnoticed. And now this is the process of change, to disentangle from the analytical mind, the educated mind, and the personality that we've invested so much of our attention and energy in becoming. So then when you become conscious of those unconscious thoughts while you're meditating, I want you to know that you're victorious. And if you proceed on and not accept or believe or surrender to them without analyzing them, and you're no longer allowing them to program you subconsciously, you're out of the bleachers and you're on the field. And every time you do that, I want you to know it's a victory. And the personality clings to the known, and it will try to assault you, discourage you, talk you out of possibility because it's connected to the known. And that's the habituation. That's the unconscious program. When you start noticing your propensity or your urge to get up and quit, or your urge to complain or blame or feel sorry for yourself, and you become conscious of that and you catch yourself and it doesn't slip by your conscious awareness, you're pruning away the circuits that are connected to that old habit. And yes, a habit is automatic, so we got to keep working with it and begin to deconstruct it. And when you sit in your meditation and you say, I'm all in, that's when the game begins. And people think that they're doing the meditation wrong when they do this, but they're doing it right. They're coming up against themselves and they're overcoming it so they can become something else. And if your body is just sitting there and it needs to get frustrated or impatient or aroused, wow, and you settle it down, you're telling the body it's no longer the mind, that you're the mind. So the frontal lobe then acts like our conscience. And because we can pay attention to our thoughts, it means we're not the thought. We're the awareness of that thought. We're consciousness. And in order for us to begin to change those programs, we have to become so conscious of those unconscious thoughts that they would never pass by us unnoticed. That is the mastery of self. And if we keep doing it, and we keep settling the body back down into the present moment, and you're saying to your body, it's not a time to eat, it's not a time to get up and play, it's not a time to check my phone, it's not a time to go to the bathroom, it's not a time for a cup of coffee, it's not a time to sleep. Now this is a time to flirt between sleep and wakefulness and get into that subconscious mind to begin to reprogram, to rewrite a new track. So then, as you settle your body down emotionally, you're turning on the forebrain. And you're stepping out of those programs, and it's uncomfortable because you're making a different choice, and the body's wanting to go back to everything that's known. And the chatter that we hear in our heads is the body just trying to talk us back into the known, to the familiar. And every time you go a little further, you're more satisfied with yourself. You feel more worthy. You feel more in love with life. That is when we stretch ourselves out of the limited self into the unknown self. So then, if you do this properly, and you're so conscious of those unconscious states of mind and body, and then you start getting creative and you start thinking about who you do want to be, then as I said, the act of rehearsing it in time causes you to become it, installing hardware that becomes the software program. And done properly, you emerge as a new identity, thinking new ways, acting new ways, and feeling new ways. And many people have done this successfully. And when the thought in your mind becomes the experience, and you can connect to the emotions of your future, and you're feeling that future in the present moment, and you are lingering that emotion, it means then you feel the emotions of your future before it happens. When done properly, you begin to, over time, condition your body into the mind of the future, a thought and a feeling. a memory of the future, an image and an emotion, a stimulus and a response, and done enough times, in time we start feeling the emotions of the event all the time before it happens. And when we do, we can't look for it, because looking for it implies separation or lack of having it. When we feel like it's already happened and we can stay in the state, this is when the magic starts to happen. This is when the synchronicities begin to occur. But the person's overcome so much of themselves that they really don't need the experience anymore. They feel like it's already happened and they're happy without it. Now they're creating from wholeness instead of separation. Now their heart is opened, and that heart is what draws the experiences to them. That's how powerful it is as an intelligence. So the formula of a coherent brain and a coherent heart is the process. And we see our students then understand meditation, because meditation is the opportunity for you to disconnect from your environment, to forget about the people and objects and things. None of that is bad. But the fact that you can get beyond them means you're no longer owned by them or possessed by them. And all of those things we all have them. But if we're working on creating a new future, then we have to lay down that part of ourselves that's connected or created as an identity through the experiences in our environment. And if we have to sit our bodies down and tell the body it's no longer the mind, sooner or later, like training an animal, it's going to surrender to a new mind, and it's going to trust you more, and it's going to trust in the unknown. Now, the leader's back. And if you can keep working for that gracious present moment, and you know the difference between when you're there and when you're not, if where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and you're truly in the present moment, now you've taken a lot of your power back, and you have a lot of energy to create with, and there's energy to heal. There's energy for a new destiny. And people do this in our week-long events in just a few days, and they stop romancing their known life. In fact, they forgot about their life. They're too busy creating a new one, and the miracles happen when they do this properly. So if meditation means to become familiar with, you've become familiar with that old self to such a degree that you don't go unconscious to it. Now you're ready to create a new self, and if you keep firing and wiring your thoughts and behaviors and rehearsing them, and you keep emotionally conditioning your body into the future and making those chemicals, it's going to begin to become familiar to you. And I want it to be your state of being. And when the synchronicities start happening, that's feedback from universal mind to show you that you're connected, you're energetically aligned to a new future, you're emitting new information, you've changed your energy. And if the purpose of meditation is to get beyond the analytical mind, and what separates the conscious mind from the subconscious mind is the analytical mind. And the 5% of our conscious mind is working against 95% of how we've programmed ourselves subconsciously, where we've practiced something so many times, the body can do it better than the conscious mind. Now it's implicit, it's automatic. Now it's a subconscious program. So in order for us to change the subconscious programs in the operating system of the brain, we got to slow our brain waves down. And if we live in the arousal of high beta, and we're so caught up in being inside the jar we can't see who we are, then sometimes it takes tragedy or crisis to wake us up and see ourselves from a different point of view, from a different consciousness, because we don't feel like ourselves anymore. It's the first time we can begin to see ourselves. So then, the act of slowing your brain waves down from high beta to mid-range beta, the act of turning on the forebrain as the volume control to begin to silence all the circuits in the neocortex that have to do with the past and its association centers. You are settling down the memory bank of the known self by letting those thoughts begin to come up and begin to silence them and quiet them down. You can do this in a period of time. We have the research that many people do this really well, and they open their focus and they broaden their awareness, and the brain starts settling down when they're sensing that space. They're not analyzing and they're not thinking, so their brain waves slow down from beta, mid-range, low-level beta, and all of a sudden they start crossing the door of the analytical mind, and the voice in your head, the critic that talks to you, is silenced now. And now, here comes the pictures and images, and now you're in alpha. You're starting to get into that creative state. And the heart starts beating more orderly because it feels like it's ready to create. It's out of survival. It's in the present moment. It feels safe. And we start looking at new ways of doing things, better ways, evolving our experiences. So then all of this starts to work together. And as you begin to rehearse a new way of being, and you're in that alpha or even theta brainwave state, the door between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind is wide open, and now you're suggestible to your own thoughts. You're auto-suggesting. And if you can make thought more real than anything else in the present moment, you're rewriting a program. And if you're rehearsing it, and you keep rehearsing it, and yeah, you fall from grace a few times during the day, but you dust yourself off and you go back in and you say, I want another opportunity. I want to behave a different way. I want to have a different experience. And you keep learning and integrating. In time, you will evolve your expression of yourself. And so then when you do this properly and you're learning how to dial down the circuits in the brain and you're in that theta state, you open Pandora's box. And a lot of times here comes the dreams and the memories and certain things that have to come out and you have to become conscious. And sometimes it's uncomfortable. But that is the opening of the subconscious so that that can be released. It can become brought to conscious awareness. And the student, the person who's willing to sit through that fire and continue onward, is the person that begins to, over time, liberate energy from the body. And there goes the fear, there goes the anxiety, there goes the pain, there goes the sorrow, there goes the frustration. You're settling the body down and you're the mind now. And that liberation of energy then is building that own electromagnetic field from you, for you. And if the stronger the emotions you feel in your life because of some person or some condition is causing you to pay attention to them, as you overcome those emotions and settle back into the present moment, and you tell your body it's no longer the mind, and you take your attention off that person or off that past or off that problem, it makes sense then, in time, if you keep lowering your emotional state, you're changing your energy. And you begin to break the bonds energetically to everyone and everything in your life. And that's energy. That's your calling back to you. That is significant empowerment that's created as a result of it. And to me, that's more valuable than anything else because that's the person becoming more whole. That's the person executing a will that's greater than the program. And yes, you have to catch yourself during the meditation when you start thinking of your past or feeling an emotion that's connected to the past because you're putting your attention on that past, you're siphoning energy out of the present moment into the past. And if you're thinking about what you're going to eat or what you're going to do later on or how long is it going to go, you're not in the present moment. You're in a very known future. You're trying to anticipate the next moment and lay another known down. And catching yourself from doing that and returning back to the present moment in time causes you to master time a little bit more. And when done properly, where you take all of your attention off your body, your environment, and time, if where you place your attention is where you place your energy, you're taking all of your attention and energy out of this three-dimensional reality, this realm of space-time. And you are no longer somebody, someone, something, somewhere, and sometime. That is the moment you forgot about you and all your associations to everything known. And that's the moment you are walking through that door. That is the moment that you are getting beyond your analytical mind that's always trying to weigh what it knows against what it doesn't know. And doing that properly causes your heart to begin to open and your brain to become more coherent and balanced. And it's the autonomic nervous system that becomes awakened, that innate intelligence in the body you are connecting with. And when it begins to bleed out or bleed through or move through you, its expression begins to give the body a biological upgrade. And if we're lucky, not that it happens all the time, there is a connection to it that makes you feel more love, more whole. You feel more connected to something greater, and it's happening from within you. And so many times when we start this work, if we're truly engaged in the experience of life and our evolution, we're always preoccupied with, if I had another opportunity, how would I do it better? If I'm going back into this situation, my next meditation, if I remind myself of what I'm doing if I review the knowledge and information. If in my think box I'm building a better model, and if I have a weak point in it, I go and find the science to understand it better, I'm going to be more effective in my next meditation. And so when you're in your think box, what you're doing is you're thinking about how you're going to step into that play box. And if you started your meditation just with your hands over your heart and you were just moved by the opportunity to create, and you made up your mind that no thought was going to stop you from deepening your understanding, and you came out of your resting state and you were inspired by the opportunity to live a new life and to give it your attention and to create something different. If you knew that you needed a greater energy than the energy of the emotions of your past to create a new future, and it would be up to you to cultivate that. If you put your hands over your heart and the music started to inspire you, you would begin to raise your energy by thought alone, because inspiration, the movement of energy, is for you to see possibilities that you were once unaware of when you weren't inspired. So now the more inspired you become, the more the body is raised in energy, and the more that energy begins to move. And we've talked about this to our community, about opening their hearts, and some people see it as so mechanical, like it's a technique. It is a technique as a way for you to begin to open your heart and feel more coherent. And the people who trust in their future, trust in the opportunity, are not trying to figure anything out, but are just caught up in the moment, and they want to feel a deeper level of love, and they understand that the more love they feel, the more whole they'll become, the more they're connected to something greater, the more they'll create and fall in love with the future, the more they'll bond to it, the more they'll strengthen their immune system, the more they'll build a field around their body, the more coherent their heart will become, the more creative their brain will become, the more they'll reset the baseline for trauma, and the survival centers of their brain in their past will seem like a distant memory, but the memory will have no emotional charge. They'll understand everything from the experience, and it will change them. That's what we're after here. That's the purpose. So that heart to open is to have your body feel so safe, so in love with life, so in love with its creation that it can really relax into the present moment. And yes, the body's going to do what it does, but you've made up your mind that what you're about to do because you've thought about it in your think box. To me, when the music changes and we're going to do that breath, when the music starts and you blow all that air out of your nose, and then I watch people, they blow their air out, but they don't know how to contract their muscles. But if you blow more air out, you contract more muscles. If you blow more air out, you contract more muscles. And now you're locked in. Those centers are locked. And yes, I know I'm teaching it a little differently, but just practice it to round out your experience. Your breath should start in your perineum. Your breath should be drawn up. Your breath should pull that energy out of your perineum. Your attention should be on it, and you should follow that energy with the intention of delivering that creative energy at the base of your spine right up into the brain. And those muscles are locked, and as you pull it up into your chest and you follow that breath and you've contracted all those muscles, as you pull it up into your chest and you squeeze, as you squeeze, you're still holding your breath. I want you to contract the muscles as if you were going to inhale, but don't inhale and pull up to a certain point. And then from that point, you're going to pull up with your muscles as if you were going to breathe, pull above that point, and then pull above that point and pull it up, 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 until you pull it right up into your brain and you hold your breath right there with your attention on that pineal gland. That's your target. Now, you should not be thinking about how long am I going to hold my breath. You should be thinking about milking those centers and squeezing and pumping and pump, 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 pushing that fluid right up against that pineal gland, compressing it, compressing, compressing. And then you exhale and you relax and you feel. And compressing those crystals is activating it electrically. You're knocking on the door up there. So then, how would you do it if you knew that energy was real and that you could have the experience? And get so caught up in the act of doing it, so caught up in the moment that the thought and the act merge as one. You're an activist now. You're activating knowledge. You're activating it for the experience. And that energy begins to move, and I would not predict how it's going to happen. I would just go after it again. And so when we do this and we pull the mind out of the body, we're liberating energy back into the brain. But if you've opened your heart beforehand, energy is already moving to the brain. So you got things going in the right direction. So then as you activate that latent system and you switch on the radio receiver, and you can move into the present moment and become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time. That's the moment you're pure consciousness. And consciousness is non-local. And as you are lingering in nothing, because there's nothing there, there's no somethings, so then in the absence of something, there is a void, there's a vacuum, there's nothing. Lingering in that like you do when you go to sleep, and just stopping your mind for a period of time to rest and relax, that is the place then called the sweet spot of the generous present moment. But then as we move from space-time into time-space, there are different rules that we have to relearn. In the realm of time-space, it's frequency, it's energy, it's vibration, it's information. In this realm, there's nothing physical for you to experience with your senses. That's what we do in three-dimensional reality. And our senses, as I said, fool us into separation with everything local in space and time in the illusion of three-dimensional reality. And the slowest frequency, called matter, we are vibrating, as I said the first day, at the same frequency, so we're experiencing this as real. And now we have to move through space, and as we move through space, everything takes time. In the realm of time-space, everything is connected. There's no separation. There's only greater degrees of order, of oneness, of wholeness. You're in the realm of thought, of consciousness. And every thought has a frequency. And there's nowhere to go in this place. How can you go anywhere if there's no space? And if there's no space, there's no separation between anyone and anything, then there's no time. So think about the room you're in right now. There's space there. If you were to make no space out of that room, you would have to make it so tiny that it would keep getting smaller and smaller into infinity. And that tunnel of infinity, that point of singularity, that source, is where everything physical and material is birthed from. But you can't take anything physical there. You can only enter as pure consciousness. You'd have to become so invisible that you are no longer defined by the rules of three-dimensional reality. And as you do that properly, you experience more wholeness and oneness. If I said to you in the realm of all possibilities, in the realm of thought, if you're truly there and you realize you're not separate, that you could become the blackness, and if you became nothing, fully nothing, and in that nothing is the potential of everything. If you started becoming aware that there were greater potentials and greater things for you to experience, then it makes sense then that the moment you begin to move into that realm called time-space, and you start connecting to this information, this field of energy, and you could, by having a thought of going deeper, in this realm where thoughts can be experienced as frequencies that carry information, if I said to you in the blackness, the thought of deeper brings you to deeper, if you could have the thought and just let go and experience deeper, if you could experience it in this realm fully, it's not like the possibility of deeper doesn't exist. You're just unaware of it. So by becoming aware of the thought with its frequency of deeper and experiencing it in the blackness and trusting that you can go deeper brings you deeper because it is the realm of thought. So the deeper you go into it and you keep dissociating from your body, your environment, and time, you're dissociating from everything that's known, and that begins to cause you to live in the unknown. And you can exist without a name, without a culture, without a gender, without a profession, without children, you can exist separate in that field, in that realm of frequency, non-local, where everything's energy. And if you could experience that realm at a faster frequency connected to source, the higher the frequency, the closer to source you are, the less separation you experience, the shorter amount of time it'll appear in your life. And if you're truly there, you'll feel so whole or so orderly or so coherent in brain and heart that you no longer want anything. And when you no longer want anything, you're no longer in lack or separation. And if you're connecting from the field, it makes sense then, if you're truly connected to the field and you're creating from this realm called fifth dimension, if you're connected to source, why would you go anywhere to get something if there's no space and time? If you're the source from the field, it makes sense then that if you're connected to it, whatever you create, and you have a coherent brain and a coherent heart, and you're marrying a clear intention with an elevated emotion, a thought and a feeling, an electromagnetic signature, then done properly, if you can synchronize your energy to some future and totally become more of it and less of you, whatever you experience in the realm beyond space and time, in the present moment and emotionally embrace, must manifest in three-dimensional reality in space and time. It's the law. And so synchronizing your energy starts to produce coincidences and synchronicities in your life, and done properly, the mystery is more revealed, and you begin to realize that you're more the creator of your life and less of the victim of your life. And that means then you wouldn't want to quit, because you wouldn't want the magic to go away. So in the realm of time-space, there are infinite possibilities that exist in the present moment. And as we change our thought in the realm of all thought to possibilities, we change our frequency. And becoming aware of a possibility that you get to create with your free-willed, unlimited mind is selecting a potential for you, that you as a free-willed individual who houses the divine in them, to create on their own free will, on their own terms, to experience whatever it is they experience. Done properly then, the synchronizations that begin to appear in your life, those outcomes are feedback in your environment to let you know that you're connected energetically to a future. And if we're able to sustain this energetic state, independent of the seduction in our outer environment that causes us to pay more attention to it, to get beyond the emotions and habituations of the body, independent of the predictable future and the familiar past, living in the emotions of the future in the present moment is bringing you closer to that future. If you can do that independent of all the stimulation of your body as an identity local in space and time for an extended period of time, and you begin to become not only the energy, but the neurocircuitry, the neurochemistry, the hormone and gene expression, the electromagnetism of a new future, and the feedback is coming to you in your life in ways that you haven't predicted. You've left the Newtonian model of reality and you are back to the quantum model of reality. And the surprise that takes place in your life from that synchronicity is waking you up from the dream. And all of a sudden now, the surprise creates the emotion of awe and wonder, and you begin to remember different moments. Moments, by the way, that cause you to look back at your past and not want to change anything because it brought you right to that moment that you have created. And that's the moment the past no longer exists. So people want to heal in this work all the time, and their impatience to understand the formula of how to heal causes them to continuously live and lack in separation, fooled by their senses to wait for the experience to happen, to take away their fear, to take away their pain, to take away their unworthiness. But the quantum mind realizes when they begin to feel the emotions and truly get into them. And if they're doing it properly, they understand that it is the environment that signals the gene, and the end product of the experience in the environment is the emotion. When they understand, when they start feeling whole and they start feeling grateful, they're changing their body because their body's believing it's happening to them in the present moment. And so many people that are very simple people in this work, they surrender so naturally. And you ask them, how did you have that mystical experience? And they say, I just didn't think. I just fell into this emotion and I just became more of it. I fell into this energy. I trusted. I just got so in, and it was like something changed. And so then I don't want people in this work to get hung up on I didn't have a gamma experience or I didn't pop. None of that matters. What matters most is what you're creating in your life. And if you're trying to create that experience, you're separate from it. The idea is just to refine your skill, to practice, and to get better at it. And I promise you, it'll begin to seep into your life. You'll be more present with people. You'll be more loving with people. You'll be different and unpredictable to people. They'll start noticing something unusual about you because you're not behaving in a program any longer and you're not matching their memory of you any longer. That's a good sign. You're out of the known. And so it's not about the healing. It's who you become in the process of it. And so when we do this work and I say you can't get up as the same person who sat down, what I mean then is that you're going to have to condition your brain and body into the future and out of the past. And that feeling that we create from it has to linger into a mood. It has to, from an inward event, become our temperament. Wow, that person seems really patient and happy. Well, they've had enough inward experiences that cause them to feel that way. They've overcome enough of those rough edges that the body was liberating all that energy from the past, and there comes a point when you start figuring it out. And when you begin to start figuring it out, now you want those elements that stand in the way between you and your connection to that greater mind to come up. You want it. You want to see it so you can take care of it, so you can evolve your experience. So then, when we come back from the break, I'm going to take you a little deeper and a little further. And I will play some music that will get you inspired to open your heart. And all I want you to do is make it less mechanical. Just fall in love. I'm going to speak less, and I'm going to ask you to do more. I want you to become your own leader. There'll be 2 songs to pull the mind out of the body. I will instruct you on the first song. On the second song, you're on your own. I want you to inspire you. I want you to be grateful that you are who you are by the end of this. And then after that second song, I will take you into the vacuum, into time-space, and we'll develop an understanding from this place through experience a little bit more. So now, I will see you at 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Dr. Joe here. Welcome back. Let's work on getting unlocked here, unlocking you from the known, unlocking you from the past, unlocking you from limitation, unlocking you from some belief that dictates your life for a greater experience of you, the unknown you that you're discovering. And so when we start this meditation, I'm going to ask you to sit up. That is the position we're doing it in a seated position. I will instruct you for a little bit to just become inspired and to breathe into your heart. Just breathe for life. Breathe for a new life. Breathe for possibility. Breathe for freedom. Breathe for love. Breathe for the unknown that awaits you, a greater discovery of you outside the jar. And become inspired by you, by possibility, by life. And connect to it. And I'm going to ask you to breathe and feel. And don't make it a technique. Make it something that you are doing because you understand what it will do for you, to open your heart and activate your creative center. So your body's more prone to be in the present moment. And we're awakening the divine when it moves into our heart. That's the first place it should go. That's what we cross into the unknown. And understand you're emitting a field and feel it within you. Remember, when I feel it, I'm wanting to remember this feeling all the time. When I get there, I want to feel it all the time, and I want to remember what it feels like. And if my heart is truly getting coherent, and I'm not my body, and I could become the field of that frequency, that coherence that's moving around my body, become that. And at the same time, understand that it's coming from my heart, so I'll keep my connection to my heart and tune into this energy and tune into gratitude or a joy for existence. Just tune in and feel, with your heart, not with your brain, but your heart. And so you can remember what it feels like to be closer to the divine, closer to your dreams, closer to possibility. I'll speak less, but I'll ask you to breathe and feel. And when it is time, I'll ask you to feel it within you and all around you and tune in. And open your heart a little bit more and let that energy begin to create more order in your heart. And remember what it feels like. The music will change. I'll instruct you on the process of pulling that life force into the brain to activate the pineal gland. I'll inspire you. Think about what you're going to do, what you did well last time. Think about what you executed well, that you evolved. And I want you to think about what you did, and I want you to think about doing it again, like how you'll do it again. And rehearse that so you can prime your brain for it, like what you're going to do. Remind yourself. Take a minute. I do this all the time. Think about that breath, one slow breath from the perineum, following it right up to the pineal gland, finishing your breath right on it. That's your target. And as you lift those muscles up, you're pulling up that energy. And if you've blown all that air out and you squeeze and you now inhale while you contract those muscles and squeeze more and you pull it up into your chest and your shoulders come down. And as you do that, you pull that energy right into your heart and you pull up as if you were inhaling more, but you're just contracting the muscles as if you were inhaling, but you're not. And you pull up more, you pull up more, you pull up more, and you feel it right at that point in your spine, and you lift the muscles up and you pull up out of that one, and you pull up loops out of that one, all the way up right to the pineal gland, and you finish right there. You keep your attention on it, you milk those muscles and contract, and you begin to press. You are compressing those crystals and activating the radio receiver. You're turning on a frequency in there. You exhale, you feel. You let go, you feel. You don't think, you don't analyze, you go after it again. You're in your play box. You're bringing it. You're getting big. You're figuring out how your body has to do it while you keep your attention right on that point. Pumping, pressing, pulling up, squeezing. And you exhale. And when I exhale, sometimes I exhale all the way, but I don't relax my muscles right away. I keep them contracted and I exhale And then I get this rush, and then I relax my muscles and play with that a little bit. Experiment if you're at that point. If you're not, and you're working on something else, do that. But what do you want to work on this time? What are you going to improve? What could you do better? Like, what if this was the moment, this was your moment that things started to evolve for you? Like, what kind of energy would you bring? What kind of mind would you have? How could you ask yourself, could I go a little further? Can I let go a little bit more? Can I apply a little more? Just review that. And then we'll move into the blackness. And it doesn't have to be black, it's just nothing. And so as materialists, nothing is the absence of something. But in that nothing is the frequency of everything, the source of everything, of something. So then, all I want you to do is just keep going deeper, and I'm going to take you deep into it. And as you move deeper into the thought that there's a greater frequency of oneness, the thought of it produces it. And all I want you to do is tune in to that frequency and become more of it and less of you, and relax into it, let it consume you, and disappear into it, and have the moment, that moment of freedom, that moment of wholeness, and keep surrendering to it, and pay more attention to it and less attention to you. And we'll just go deeper and deeper, and then we are going to synchronize our energy to more synchronicity in our lives, to more order in our lives, to more meaning in our life, to more unknown experiences that are coming to us. Let's synchronize to possibility. We're in the realm of possibility. And in the realm of possibility, it's all around you. So we'll tune our energy into possibilities and synchronize to it. And just see in the next few days, by doing it, if it begins to create synchronicities, opportunities, doors to appear in your life. A different energy is a different life. So here we go. Sit up. Eyes closed. The divine in you will awaken your heart its wholeness in your heart. Find it. Feel it. From whence we create life. Fall in love with it. Be moved by it. By life. Open up to it with your heart and breathe in. To your heart and hold it. And exhale. And feel into your heart. And when you feel it, breathe in for life.
into your heart and hold it. And exhale and relax into your heart. And when you feel it, breathe in life to your heart. And exhale and feel that. That's a little more life in your heart. And breathe and feel and awaken your heart. Open up and trust in life. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it with your heart. That's energy. In your heart. That's life. That's energy in your heart. Feel it within you. And all around you. Feel it. It's the love of life. Feel it with your heart. And breathe and feel. Open your heart to life. That's energy in your heart. Remember this feeling. It's the divine awakening your heart. Feel it. Notice it. That's energy in your heart. It's all around you. Freeing the body from the mind of the past. Liberating energy stored in the body and breathing it into the brain. It's going to take inspiration. It's gonna take intensity. It's gonna take a presence of mind, an energy greater than the mind of that emotion. You just gotta want it. You gotta get big. You gotta go all in. Come on, what are you waiting for? Now blow all that air out of your nose all the way and hold it. Now squeeze. Now blow out a little more air. Squeeze a little more. Blow out a little bit more air. Now squeeze. Put your attention on your perineum. Now in one slow, steady breath, pull that energy with your breath right up to that pineal gland. Keep inhaling, pull up, and squeeze, and pull up, and pull up. Hold your breath, pull up. Finish it right on that pineal gland. That's your target. Now palm, come on, pull it up more. Squeeze and milk and press and palm, up more, palm. And exhale. And feel that in your brain. Come on. Come on. What are you bringing? Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Now hold it, contract those muscles. Blow it out a little bit more. Contract them again. Blow the rest out. Hold your breath. Now, pull that breath right out of your perineum in one slow state with the intent of pulling that energy right up to that pineal gland. And finish your breath right on it. That's your target. Now lift those muscles up more. Squeeze. And palm, pull up and pump. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Now pump. Let it build. And exhale. And feel that in your brain. Come on. Come on, give me your best on this one. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Hold it. Now lock them down. Blow it out again. Squeeze a little more. Blow the rest of the air out. Now contract all the way. Now as you hold those muscles, inhale and pull that breath right up into your pineal gland. Keep inhaling. Pull it up. Finish your breath right on it. Now palm, pull up, keep holding your breath as if you were inhaling, pull up more, touch it, come on, touch it again, palm, and exhale. Feel that in your brain. That's energy. In your brain. Feel it. Now, it's time to be your own leader. It's time to go get it for yourself. A little life force into the brain. Come on, you're making love to your brain. Come on, blow all that air out of your nose. Come on, all the way. Keep going. Take a big drink for life. Pull that energy right up to that pineal gland. Lock down. Pull up. Touch it. Come on, keep doing it, and when you're ready, exhale and feel. Come on, it's passion for life that creates it. Come on. All the way to the top. Pull up. Squeeze. Pump. Come on, pump it. Pull up, figure it out. When you're ready, release it into the brain. Come on, let's go. Come on, we gotta go. Come on, bring it. What do you got? All the way to the top. And squeeze and pull up more. Shoulders down. Pull that spine up. And contract those muscles. Those little muscles in there. Squeeze and pull up. Boom! When you're ready, release it into the brain. Come on, you gotta get lost in the act. Come on, you gotta get beyond you. Come on, step into the unknown. Pull it up into your brain. Squeeze. Pull up, palm, touch it. And when you're ready, let go. Come on, feel it. Come on, what else you got? Is that it? That's all you got? Come on, bring it. All the way to the top. That's energy. Pull those muscles contracted and exhale and feel. Feel it. In your brain. And relax. Your entire body. Into the moment. In nothing. Feel. Your body. Relaxing. become aware of the nothing. The realm of no thing. Physical. A vacuum. A void. Feel. The nothing. All around you. Become more aware of it. Sense it. It's passing through you. Within you. And all around you. You're an awareness. In nothing. You are the thought of you. An awareness. In nothing. Makes you consciousness. In the realm of nothing. the realm of infinite frequencies. Infinite thoughts. Beyond separation. Connected. To possibilities. Become aware. Of the endless vast space. Way out. Beyond you. How far? Can your awareness go? To endless space. Feel it. Feel your connection to it. Stay. Aware. Of it. Feel your connection to it. More. beyond you. Endless nothing. Sense it. Become aware. There's endless nothing. On both sides of you. Sense it. Notice it. Feel your connection to it. Become more aware of it. In the blacks. While you sense its endless depth, beyond you. Feel it. In the blacks. Become aware. There's endless nothing. Behind you. Sense it. Stay aware of it. Feel your connection to it. More the nothing. Within you, and all around you. And become nothing. Sense it. Sense all the nothing. Feel it. Experience it. And relax. To nothing. More. And dissolve. The identity. Any memory of the known self. The idea of separation, uniqueness, individuality. To the wholeness. Become one. The field. Tune in. To oneness. In nothing frequencies of everything. Every thought. You as the thought. Creates the frequency. When you become aware of the thought, of a new possibility, it's a different frequency. Tune in. Feel the thought. Of oneness. Unity. Wholeness. Feel it. Within you. And all around. Lose the thought of separation. And dissolve. To the unknown. And trust. Going. More. Open up. Let go. More. Become more aware of oneness. Sense it. Notice it. Experience it. Relax all the way into it. Enjoy it. Become it. Feel. Feel more of it. Less of you. And merge. You. Into oneness. Feel. Feel it. Stay present with it. Feel your connection to it. More. In nothing. Tune in to the energy that's connected to all things. unifying feel. Feel your connection to it. You can only experience it with your awareness. Sense it. Notice it. In the realm of nothing, in the vacuum of infinite frequency, infinite thoughts, ideas, possibilities, unknowns, beyond space and time. Realm of thought, the thought of deeper has a frequency. Become aware of deeper as a thought's frequency. Tune in deeper. Become aware. You're deeper. Feel it. Experience it. Surrender the known self, the predictable, for an unknown experience of deeper. Feel it. Experience it. Surrender to it. Become it. Become deeper. Become aware. You're deeper. And dissolve. To deeper. More. Let go. To the feeling of deeper. Feel it. More. And relax. Into deeper. Lose yourself. Into deeper. More. Feel the power of deeper. Within you. Notice it. It lives within you. Feel your connection to it. More. Open up. Feel it. Within you. Coherent light. Feel it. And all around you. The blackness. Let the vibration train you. Patterns of light. The electric universe. Patterns in the body. Sense it. Feel it. Notice it. Feel it. Within you. And all around you. Patterns. Matter to matter. The field to matter. field to the field. Complex geometry. Within you, connected to it all around you. Feel your connection to it. Notice it. Synchronize your energy to the thoughts, synchronicities in your life. Feel it. Notice it. Tune in to the thoughts. Synchronicities in your life. Find it. Feel it. Notice it. Feel your connection to it. Tune your heart of synchronicities, and be worthy to receive, drawing it to you. Your heart from the field, drawing it to you. Your heart feel your connection to it. With your heart, synchronize your heart the energy of synchronicities. Feel it. That's the energy of synchronicities. In your heart, from the field, connected to all things, creating from the field, drawing it to you with your heart. Feel your connection to it with your heart. Tune in to the nothing. Synchronicities, frequency, nothing. Know it by heart. And remember, this feeling it's the energy of synchronicities in your heart. Synchronized to a field of greater order, connection, the living matrix. Patterns of information. Synchronized to experiences. They live in you. They're all around you. Feel it. Feel more of it. Harmonize your energy. Harmonize your energy. And remember, we come from behind the veil. Remember, without breaking your state, lay down. Lay your body down. Feel its weight. Resting on the surface. Notice it. Feel it. Become aware of it. Your entire body. Whirling vortexes of energy to patterns. Subatomic particles, atoms, molecules, and patterns. Chemicals, and cells and patterns. Patterns of information in tissue. Repeating patterns of light and energy in organs. Frequencies, patterns of systems integrated into harmony in the body. Patterns of energy within patterns of energy within patterns of energy to greater order. Feel it. The living matrix. The webs of life. Drift away.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Unlocked. I hope that since we began this journey, you and I, that it's deepened your belief in possibility, that when you sit down to do this work, you understand a little bit more about what you're doing, that you've practiced it with some individualized coaching to refine your skill, to make it more effortless and more enjoyable in your life. And I want to finish today with a little bit more teaching and one more meditation for you. So you have to imagine me as a young guy who studied all of these alternative things. And what I never really talk about is when I was interviewing people that had spontaneous remissions, there were striking conflicts as I began to investigate, because I thought I would be seeing what I thought I knew. And some people were vegans, some people ate a paleo diet with meat, and some people didn't change their diet at all. Some people ate the same thing that they always ate, and they healed as well. And I thought I was looking for a certain nutritional program that would be the solution. And it just seemed that people just changed their lifestyle in some way, either with making a different choice or doing something differently, or they began to put their attention on other things and change their energy. And so there were conflicts in my mind, because I thought that without a doubt that would be the case. And I also talked to people who thought they were healed, but they never really went for the analysis or the scan, the objective measurement. And I saw how they were in denial, trying to think that they were healed and really fearing that they weren't. And those people, they did all the right things, and in so many levels, they never really made any significant changes. And I was mystified by that, because here are people that are doing all the right things that I would think would be the thing that helped them, and it didn't. In fact, they were so at times rigid and so controlling and so afraid of making a mistake that somehow that was a big complication for them. And so I had to exclude them from the people that had significant healings and changes. And I saw people that did breathing exercises and other people that didn't do breathing exercises. I saw people do physical exercise, and there were people who did yoga, and then there were people that did no yoga. And I thought, well, in order for them, I thought yoga would help them. But then there were people that didn't heal, that did a lot of yoga, and somehow that didn't make a difference. And I was perplexed by that. It didn't make sense to me. But I had to exclude them from the objective study that I was doing. And some people looked like they were in shape, and there were people that were just an average person that really didn't really care much about their shape, and some were slim and some were not, and some prayed and some didn't, and I had to start eliminating all these things that I thought would be so important. Some people used subliminal tapes at night. Somehow it worked for them, but there were others that did a lot of that, and it didn't make any difference. So there were conflicts that caused me to begin to look to see if there was a greater relationship between the mind and the body. And that was kind of the process of me beginning to discover, wow, there's never a time when your mind isn't influencing your body, and there's never a time where your body isn't influencing your mind, that you have a mind programmed in your body. And we have these programs, or our body our emotional state can influence our mind. And it was just kind of the understanding and the discovery of this that caused me to really reframe my understanding. And if you fast forward to today in this work, and every week, my staff knows that I live for this, that when I get a story of somebody who's healed themselves or transformed themselves, And, through the application, through the process, we have so many people now that are doing that same exact thing. And what I once would consider miraculous now seems to be something that is of greater understanding or acceptance for us as a community. And so my effort in demystifying this for you and using the scientific model for you to begin to move from certainty into uncertainty, to no longer doubt in the unknown, but begin to trust, that's the place you create from, and make you so comfortable in the process that it becomes more natural for you. I make the effort in as many ways as I can to say it as many ways as I can, so that you trust in being so involved in the process, so present with what you're doing, that you forget about you. And that's when you begin to slip deeper into the unknown you, that part of you that begins to change. And I want to make it simple and practical to you. And yes, the breath that we practiced this week was different for most of you. But as I said, how can I help you to contract those muscles the way I want you to contract them, than to think of another way for you to understand when you blow all that air out and you inhale, everything is locked in here. You'll be able to coordinate that breath with the breath that you're doing, and you'll be able to refine your skill by doing it by exhaling. And if you can exhale in one breath and you can get it all out, and you feel like you could be ready to inhale, great. If you want to blow out a little bit more and lock down a little bit more just because you want to pull a bit more out, go for it. You're your own leader here. And when you inhale then, and you keep those muscles locked, because some people don't do that, and as they pull up, and I'm asking you to keep those muscles, you're holding your breath, and I'm asking you to use the muscles you use for breathing to pull up but not breathe. And as you pull this energy up, you're pulling that life force, you're evoking that energy into your brain. I just wanted you to begin to go after it with a greater degree of certainty, with a greater degree of trust. And so then when you do it on your own, you refine the skill. And as I said, we have the research for all of you to see that it creates incredible changes in your brain. So yes, so I wanted to take you a little further with that than you normally do, and keep you motivated and keep you inspired. And I wanted you to explore the realm of space-time and time-space with me in another way, and have you understand that the vehicle of your body somehow has this space within it. It passes right through it, and it's all around us. And it's the invisible energy that makes all of this hologram seem real. And if we can begin to linger in the place of nothing, where there's infinite things potentially, but nothing material or physical, because anything physical or material would create separation. In this realm, there's no separation. So I wanted to reteach that for you, so that when you sit down and do this work, you trust on a greater level that your thoughts and its accompanying frequency, or your thoughts and feelings, create your reality. I want you to trust in that a little bit more and believe in that as a possibility. So I want to deepen your understanding here and piece together a few different things for you. So let's begin with your blindfolds on, please. Now, I prefer that you sit up instead of lay down, but make yourself comfortable and close your eyes. And I want you to forget about everything else but what I'm about to tell you, because it's important for you to understand the secret about you. That if you are in nothing, think about this, eternal nothing, that's difficult for a materialist to begin to define, because the materialist is defining reality with his or her senses. And so if we can't see it, we can't smell it, we can't taste it, we can't hear it, we can't feel it, we can't experience it, then it doesn't exist, because it only exists if we can experience it in three-dimensional reality. And so we forget on some level that there is another aspect of ourselves, that unknown aspect of ourselves that descended from singularity, from source, from pure love down into density for the experience of smelling a baby's head, for the experience of enjoying a sunset, or embracing another, or tasting something that moves you into the moment. All of the senses begin to define us, and people spend a lot of time working on being having some type of body, somebody, or being someone, or knowing someone, or living somewhere, and owning certain things, and at certain times, and that becomes the identity that's associating with everything in this three-dimensional reality. And we begin to become fooled by our senses into this illusion of the hologram of separation, and we forget about our connection to that divine field from whence we came. So then, in the process of endless nothing, if there's nothing occupying space and time, there's nothing physical there, then there can't be space and there can't be time because there's no separation. But in this realm of infinite nothing, this vacuum, or something void of anything physical, in this nothing is frequency and energy. And it is a different realm that you and I execute in. We have to forget that we're separate, and we have to feel connected. And as we open up and feel connected, every thought that we could think in possibility, if we could experience the feeling of it or fall into the frequency of it, then on some level we would begin to experience information, not through our senses, but through our interaction with the field. And this invisible energy, where there is nothing, has all possibilities. And we have to begin to become conscious of other opportunities, conscious of other realities, conscious of other possibilities, conscious of other dreams, and we have to bring them to life with our awareness. Now, they already exist, equal to the knowledge you have, the understanding of something, as well as all the experiences in your life that causes you to dream, equal to the question you ask, as we said, your frontal lobe, looking to see if there's a way to invent a new possibility, a new way of doing something, a new way of experiencing reality. So then the inventor in us, the creator in us, that is the forebrain, the seat of your conscience, the seat of your awareness, is where we begin to focus our attention into the present moment to examine other possibilities. And the more we use that forebrain, the more we can step out of the programmed brain that is functioning in very limited ways. And so then, creating from this realm of infinite nothing and becoming aware of different thoughts that are different possibilities, it is your imagination to dream in a new way that causes you to select a new potential in the quantum field. And we've all done this because the brain, in the present moment, wants to create something else. So as you begin to examine and think about a new way of doing things, and you feel the discomfort of stepping out of the familiar and known, and you're forcing your brain to work in new sequences and new patterns and new combinations, as the brain summates into the present moment, when you see that future, you're selecting that potential. And if you're lucky enough to be so caught up in the present moment that the thought is the experience, and you begin to feel the emotion of your future before it's made manifest, that your body is the objective mind, and it doesn't know the difference between the experience in your three-dimensional world that's creating that emotion and the emotion that you're creating from thought alone. And you're sending a very strong signal into the body, And the body is living in that future, in the present moment. And the stronger the emotion, the more elevated the energy, the more the moment elongates. You don't want to leave the moment, and you're moving into the eternal now. And as you move closer and closer to singularity and source, the greater the frequency is more ecstasy, more bliss, more union, more oneness, more wholeness. We take that dream right to the divine, and that is the moment. In that moment, you're casting a huge stone into the field, and you are beginning to send out a new frequency in that field. And whatever you can dream and imagine in this realm beyond space and time, and you begin to emotionally embrace it, the wholeness, the love that you feel, by feeling it ahead of the experience, begins to prepare your body genetically by making proteins, and you begin to become that person. And your body begins to align to a new destiny. And if you keep doing that over and over again, reconditioning the body to a new mind while you are creating from the field, that energy that the body is experiencing is raising the frequency of the body. And that elevated energy is a new signal into the field. And if you keep doing it repeatedly, that becomes your glow. That becomes your vibration. That becomes your information that you're emitting. And people, by the way, can sense it from you when you're coherent and you're orderly. And when you feel so grateful for being who you are because you overcame who you no longer wanted to be, that you're no longer looking for the experience to give you the emotion. You've given yourself the emotion ahead of the experience, and you feel every day like your prayers are answered, and you would never look for that event. The moment you would look for it, you would be experiencing separation or lack, and you would be in some emotion that would bring you back to your past. And you would be looking from your past for something in your future, but you can never see anything new in your future because you're looking at it through the lens of the past. So then, as you begin to overcome some aspect of you every single day, and your energy begins to change, and you're feeling blessed, you're feeling whole, your heart is open a little bit more, you're more patient, you're more kind, you're more honest, you're more trusting, you're more forgiving. Something in you is changing, and you're moving closer to the divine, and it starts in your heart. And we want to nurture this place and allow ourselves to feel and be vulnerable and take time every day to knock on this door for a greater consciousness, a greater experience of life, to see life through the eyes of the saint, through the eyes of the mystic who sees beauty in everyone and everything, sees the divine in so many unique ways in all things that have life, and then feels connected. That center connects you because it is the creative center. So we have this enormous forebrain that can dream, that can imagine, that can go to a greater level of consciousness than the consciousness that created the limitation. And that is the designer of destiny. It's the creative center, and it silences the rest of the brain to move into the present moment. And human beings are endowed with an enormous frontal lobe to be creators, but not creating technology only to replicate a potential that they forgot in separation that they could do, whether it was a cell phone that could transmit a message. Well, is it possible for us to transmit messages? And do we do it all the time? Have we forgot through the inventions of separation that everybody else's inventions are their inventions, and without them we wouldn't be very far individually? So, yes, we design tools, and we design technology, and we design ways to move through space and time, and we study the three-dimensional reality and the Newtonian physics and the realm of the materialism, and its forces have certain laws. But to dream through the frontal lobe and send out a very powerful signal into the field because that thought is inspiring you for that experience. It makes sense then if you did this properly and you were to open your heart, and that union of polarity, duality, and opposites, of contrast, the yin and the yang come together to wholeness right in the heart. And there's no longer lack or separation. That's it's polarity. This is oneness, and it's born in our hearts. And we now have coherence now in our heart, and the heart has a magnetic signature when it's orderly. And we have measurements of people who have twice the power in their heart after 1 week. That's a big signal. That's a big magnetic field. And your heart is the magnet that draws experiences to you when you are creating from the field instead of from matter. And you are synchronizing your energy through your heart so that that dream you can know by heart. You can keep it alive in your heart. You can feel connected to it with your heart. You can resonate with that future because those emotions that we'll feel will cause us to believe that we're more wholeness, more oneness, more connected. And the experimentation of combining a new idea, electrical signal out into the field, and the magnetic signature that you draw something to you with your heart begins to broadcast very coherent energy into that field. And the more you're orderly, the more you have that Wi-Fi signal of electromagnetism going around you that's organized. And you're tuning in and becoming more of it and less of you, and falling into that frequency and forgetting some aspect of you to join a greater experience of you. And you understood that in this place where the rules are different, there's no place to go. There's no space. You couldn't go anywhere because there's nowhere. Remember, if you collapse the room that you're in to the point where there was no longer any space, that space would keep getting infinitesimally smaller and smaller and smaller, and you can't pass through that eye of the needle with anything physical. The only thing that fits is a thought, a consciousness, an awareness. And you got to go all in and surrender yourself, your sense of separation, into wholeness, into oneness, to allow your consciousness to be consumed by a greater consciousness, to move closer to pure love. And the act of doing that and creating that electromagnetic signature is oscillating an invisible matrix, a living matrix of energy that's connecting you to everything physical. And you are literally reaching out with electrical fields and drawing things in order back to you. You are connected to that living matrix, that invisible web of the electric universe, and you're shimmering order into it. And it begins to reflect back as a wave of order, first in your nervous system, in your body, and your hormones, and then you start feeling more connected to your life, and you start loving your life, and you're satisfied with your life because you don't feel like you have any needs anymore. And you fall in love with all the things you have. You're happy with your life. You're happy with who you are. That's the moment. Feedback that's coming back to you is raising your vibration now. The environment is signaling back to you. You sent out the wave, and now it's coming back. And if you are truly in the realm beyond space and time, and you are in the eternal present moment, it makes sense then if you're no longer living in three-dimensional reality because all your awareness is in this field, and you feel connected to this energy, and there's no space and there's no time, then there's nowhere for you to go. So then as you change your energy now, like a vortex, a vacuum, a collapsing of energy towards you begins to draw events to you. You are the source, or creating from the source. And as you get better and better at this, you begin to synchronize your energy, and you start to see synchronicities begin to appear in your life. And those synchronicities are the exact things that you've been thinking about, the exact things that are being reflected back to you that you're more aware of. And you start making the correlation now. You're changing the materialistic world into, wow, maybe I can see if I can begin to make my way out of this matrix. And as you begin to change your thinking and feeling more and more every day, you continue to change your energy and you evolve your experience. And yes, there are some days that are better than others. I know. But it's the days where you stick it out. It's the days where those programs are running and you're not going to get up and quit. It's the days when your emotions that have been out of check are taking you on during that meditation, and you're not going to compromise, and you're not going to get up until you feel like you've made some type of progress. That is the moment that defines you to no longer believe in you as that limited self and believe that there's an unlimited part of you. And the body, as I said, liberates energy and trusts you more and moves into the present moment. Yeah, and there are days where you feel like there's never enough time, or you have too many obligations and you have children. And yes, those are the difficult days. And yet people who love the divine make time for a date with the divine. Why would you not? If you understood that there was anything standing in the way between you and your connection to it, and there was any program, any emotion, any unconscious habit that kept you returning back to the same experience in your life, you would want to see it. And if you had the true passion to want to see it, then your life would begin to initiate you and challenge you in ways that you wouldn't normally be challenged in, because a challenge is stepping out of the known. And we raise our awareness to a greater level of mind to see possibilities every day. And when you open that beautiful heart of yours, you're raising your frequency, you're raising your energy, and you can become aware consciously of other possibilities, because it's just a thought away, it's a frequency. So creating from the field instead of from matter, and staying connected to it and sending a signal out, it makes sense. A coherent brain and a coherent heart, and that heart of yours is connected to more order, to more oneness, and you're feeling the emotions of your future, and you can feel it within you and all around you. Yes, you are beginning to create a magnetic field, and that's frequency, that's energy. And all frequency carries information. And if your brain, imagine this, we have the research, is entrained to a rhythm, to a harmonic of the heart and the brain are in a dance of order. And now that thought that you're thinking can travel on the wave of that energy. It can ride on that level of order, and it's already coherent. So then now the thought can be carried on the frequency of wholeness that begins to heal. The thought of a new experience in your life can be carried on the feeling of that elevated emotion in your heart. And if you could fall into the present moment and teach your body what that future feels like, in time, it makes sense that your body will look like, neurologically, biologically, chemically, hormonally, genetically, even through its protein secretions. It would become that future, and energy would be influencing matter. And so the journey of what we've been on, creating this level of coherence between the brain and the heart, is for you to attune your nervous system, and those energy centers of your body, those are little circuit boards that connect you to different frequencies that are already in the field. And those individual energy centers get out of balance because of the way we think and feel. And if we're obsessive about certain thoughts that produce certain frequencies or feelings, and those frequencies and feelings are incoherent, they're out of order, they're causing us to hormonally be out of balance, then the circuit gets disconnected. It's separate again because the person is experiencing separation through their own free will. By you putting your attention on each one of those energy centers and tuning in to the energy, that creative energy that that gives you life, that connects you to the earth, that makes us primal, that makes us human, that makes us male, that makes us female, that legendary gene that connects us to all men, all women, the species of human beings, that energy, a life force to create other life forces, all raveled up down there. Tuning into that and feeling that for order. That begins to hook up that circuit board to create coherence in the very part of the nervous system in that individual brain that changes hormonal expression, that changes gene expression, that changes chemistry, that creates more order and coherence. And now there's a field that it can draw from. It's drawing from field. There's a hookup. And that second center of security and safety when we feel safe. And we can relax into the environment. It makes sense that we can regenerate, we can repair, we can begin to metabolize, assimilate, secrete. We can begin to move back into that balance in food and shelter and social networks and connections, align the center. And the free will to act and move your body through space and command the moment and empower a vision or a dream or to demonstrate a will is activating that third center. And that's a different energy. And tuning into that center of power there, that enormous amount of power is to align that center back into balance. And people who get stuck in that second center can't let go of guilt, and they can't let go of pain, and they can't let go of sorrow. It's energy that's stuck in there, and I just wanted them to connect and just let go a little bit so there could be a little more order and that energy could naturally want to move to the third. And all the energy of the first and the second and the third is in the fourth. And when we make it there, polarity is eliminated. There's only wholeness. There's only oneness. And I want people to find that frequency. It's already in the nothing. And I wanted them to have an experience with it. So the experience began to change their brain and heart. And they began to oscillate in more order. And when energy can move into the heart, then there's a natural expression, and the expression of love, the expression of life, the expression of gratitude, the expression of freedom and inspiration. The expression of understanding is compassion. It moves right into our throat, and we have to articulate it. We have to put it in the words. We have to begin to make sense of it. We have to express it in some way. That's our gift. That's our truth. That's what we've learned. That's where we're growing with energy in this center. And we tend to speak with purpose more, and we tend to command the moment a little bit more, and we tend to express a whole lot more, and that's the movement of energy. And now energy is moving up, and it's different frequencies. And having the understanding really well articulated causes us to think of other possibilities, and we feel worthy that we can ask the question because we feel more love, and we are worthy of love. So then the door to the mystical begins to open, and that's that sixth center. And I wanted people to tune into that information and to align that center. And people who have difficulty with the breath and it gets stuck in their throat, it only gets stuck there because they ask how they could move it. And I say, tell the truth. Let it out. Whatever is holding you back, let it out. See what that does. And that would take them moving a lot of fear right up into that center and speaking their truth. And I wanted them to tune in to that frequency of love that they could express and align that center for more balance so that energy could move into that sixth center and open the door to the realm beyond space and time, to be mystified by a moment in awe of what's possible. We earned it on our own journey. And energy activates the seventh center, and I wanted people to understand there's a frequency associated with that center. And it's a level of bliss that we just got to start somewhere. We just got to imagine what that harmony could feel like, that level of harmonics or order, where it's all aligned and there's a consciousness that's experienced separation that is now a consciousness that feels completely whole or completely connected or one with. we got to start somewhere and tuning into that frequency and becoming aware of it. And if we even touch its hymn because it's our greatest aspiration, then we are going to receive information from the field. We're going to be baptized in light. And there'll be a field effect on the body that moves us more into the present moment. And I want people to understand as they align those circuit boards of their energy centers that we use symbols so they could tune into a specific frequency that helped them lock into one that could create more order. They understood what that symbol meant to them, and all they had to do was just tune into its frequency to align it. But this organized pattern of energy in each one of these centers, they're fractalated, they're geometric, and the more harmonics, or the more wholeness, the more synchronized, the more harmonized these centers are, the more the octaves on a keyboard are more tuned into order. And that causes an expression of coherence in the cells and all the subatomic particles that causes the body to move back towards balance. And I wanted people to experience those energy centers from that level of mind. And today we're just going to tune those in for a little bit, very quickly. And I just want you to just tune them in and understanding what you're doing. So, we will come back from the break, and when we come back, we will move right into a meditation. And after the meditation, I am going to ring the bell. I'll give you 5 or 10 minutes to get yourself together, and then I want to talk with you a little bit after the meditation. Now, here's what we're going to do. Don't take your blindfolds off yet. Stay with me. We'll play one song to open our hearts and raise our energy, raise our body to a greater frequency, to do it so that we can relax and feel safe enough to create in the present moment. And I'm just going to ask you to just go all in and just take a chance and just get lost in love. See what happens to you. I want you to feel it within you and all around you. I'll help you tune in to that frequency and let it entrain your heart back into wholeness. And then we are going to practice the breath again. Why not? I will assist you on the first song. We'll do it exactly the same way, blowing all that air out and drawing it up and in. And you'll pull it up and hold it, pump and press, pull up and push, and pump, pump, pump. And you're going to keep pulling up as if you were inhaling, but you're not inhaling. We just keep pulling up right to that pineal gland. You get all your attention on it. That's your target. And then you squeeze and lift up a little bit more and pull up, and then you release. I'll help you with it. Second song, you're on your own. You be your own leader. Music will change. I'll take you into the blackness, beyond space and time, beyond separation. How could anything be separate if there's nothing there? There's only frequency and energy, information. It's a realm of thought, and thought is the present moment that produces the feeling of it. And that's what moves us more into the present moment. So then I'll take you there, and then we are going to climb right up those energy centers one by one. I'm just going to ask you to harmonize and just surrender to energy. Just harmonize, keep your attention on each one of those, and in the blackness, just tune in, and I'll help you. I'll help you to remember. Just tune in and experience it. The more you experience it, the more you are changed. The more you feel it, the more you're changed. The more you stay present with it, the more you're changed. The more you notice it, the more you enjoy it, the more you become it, the more you become it. Once we get there, I'll take you deep into the oneness. We'll go a little further. And then we are going to tune into the energy of the mystical. I'm going to ask you to find it. And I'm going to ask you, once you're locked in, to draw the feeling of the experience to you with your heart. And what does the mystical do? It blesses us with the divine to awaken us in this dream. And so just be mystified and feel and tune in with your heart to the mystical and let your body begin to feel it. And so you'll draw it to you, that experience with your heart. But why do we want the mystical? To feel the feeling of awe, to feel the feeling of wonder. And so we'll tune in to the frequency of awe. And I'm going to ask you, once you're locked in, to draw it to you with your heart. Drawing that experience of awe to you with your heart. And then, in the realm of all possibilities, tune into a possibility that's going to change you forever, so you never forget. And you'll turn into that frequency, and I'm going to ask you to feel it, a possibility that's outside the known, so that the unknowable can become known through divine intervention. Just tune in to that possibility and surrender to its feeling and draw it to you with your heart. I'll let you feel it, stay connected to it with your heart, drawing it to you with your heart from the blackness, from source, from singularity, from that frequency. And just go a little further and let go a little more and see what happens. And don't look for it, just become it. Then I'll ask you to lay down. You'll lay down for a period of time, and then we'll come out. I'll give you a few minutes to get yourselves together, and then we'll just have a little conversation and close this wonderful little event that we've had. Welcome back. Before we begin, just imagine I'm in a week-long event. I'm pretty sure it was our last Cancun event. And towards the end of a workshop, a lot of times when the energy gets coherent in the room turns into these wonderful patterns of energy, plasma organizing into orderly information that's a very, very high frequency thought or coherent thought that people tune into and have profound experiences. And I see them, or I don't know if see is the word, but they appear. And if I'm connected, I understand what they mean. So it usually comes at the end of the event when I'm tired and super happy. That just seems to be the case, and I don't really care that I'm tired. It's just somehow I'm just very loose, and I get lucid because of it. So anyway, I'm looking across the room and I'm seeing these wonderful patterns, and all of a sudden I realize that, like a flashlight moving across space, I realize it's light that's animating these patterns, and the patterns are everywhere, and I'm starting to see light pass through patterns, and I'm thinking that those patterns are separate, and all of a sudden I become aware that they're everywhere, and some are just more orderly and more coherent, and that's a door. That's something very, very orderly about ready to happen in three-dimensional reality. So I thought I was seeing individual, but what it really was that it was just this huge electric web of energy, orderly patterns where everything was connecting to everything else, and around the technology in the back of the room where our audio-video team is, it gets very, very, very different there than the rest of the room, and it's just more electric information being passed back and forth, and when I started to realize that we were immersed in this thing, then I realized that our bodies are connected to it, that they're patterns of energy and information. Wow, it got to be really cool, because now all of a sudden I started seeing people's energy starting to create coherent patterns around them. They were experiencing more order, more syntropy. It was beautiful to see. And it was interesting because when people laid down, and they had some kind of arousal, and it was very, very powerful to them, they had to surrender and relax into it. And it was so big that they needed a moment, like, this is way bigger than I ever imagined, but it's called the unknown. And when there was enough order in the room, I would see people's energy synchronize, and their bodies would move at the exact same time, in the exact same way. There's patterns starting to influence other patterns, and then there was more order in that particular area, and we saw a lot of people having similar experiences, and it was more order, and this living matrix was interfering or interacting with people's bodies. It was an amazing thing to witness, and I started to understand that's what connects us, that electric field, that invisible electric field that tends to organize into patterns. And so when you lay down today, I just want you to just surrender to that electric field. And I want you to understand that your body is more organized patterns of that field, gravitationally organized into physical structure, into body. The more coherent the field, the more you surrender to it. And those patterns within patterns within patterns create harmonics. They create synergy. They create syntropy or order. And they're within you and all around you. And I just want you to surrender into different patterns and just open up and relax your body into it. So we'll start off with opening our hearts. Once we open our hearts, 2 songs to pull the mind out of the body, we go. I want you to pull out all the stops and get into it. After the music changes, we'll dip into nothing. I'll take you open into that place. We are going to begin to connect our circuit boards to different frequencies that are already in the field. All I want you to do, go particle and wave, matter and energy, anchor that energy, and allow that little brain to synchronize into order and just let it consume you. Just feel it. Just surrender to it. Just relax into it. Enjoy it. We'll go quickly through them. Take you into the vacuum, and then we'll tune into the energy of the mystical. We'll draw it to us with our heart, that experience I'm talking about. We'll tune in to the experience that creates awe. Why? Because we want to be awed with life. The mystical is an awesome feeling. You tune into that feeling. All I want you to do is feel it, become it, and then we'll draw that experience to you with your heart. And then we want to tune into a possibility, an opportunity that really would be fun to experience because we're curious. Is there more to us than we've already experienced? We tune in. We draw that opportunity to us with our hearts, and I'll ask you to feel it within you and all around you. We'll lay the body down. We'll open up into that living matrix, and then I'll let you drift away into that low level of theta. Just keep relaxing your body. Watch it relax. Watch it relaxing, and you just stay awake and stay aware of it as if you weren't it. You were observing it. And then just open up, and if you drift away, and let your autonomic nervous system take all of that and do something with it, and just trust that it's been observing you. So now, here we go. Sit up. Eyes closed. Sit up. Take a breath. And relax. Your body feel your body relaxing. And it's time to awaken your sacred heart. Your center of creation. Bring it to life with your awareness. Feel it. Your heart. Giving it life. With your attention.
That's energy. In your heart. And when you feel it, breathe in life into your heart and hold it. And exhale. And feel that in your heart. And inhale into your heart. And hold it. And exhale. And relax into your heart. And when you feel it, breathe in life into your heart. And hold it. And exhale. And feel that. In your heart. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it. Enjoy it. That's life in your heart. That's energy. In your heart. Feel it. Within you. With your heart. And all around you. Feel it. Relax into it. Breathe into it, it's life. In your heart. And raise your energy. In your heart. Come on, what do you got? What are you bringing? gotta get big to awaken the serpent. You just gotta want it. Here we go. Blow that air out of your nose. All the way. Now hold it. Blow it out again. All the way. Lock it down. Hold it. One more time. Blow it out a little more. The rest. Now lock it down. Perineum to pineal gland. And inhale and pull that breath right out of your perineum. Right up to that pineal gland. Pull up. Finish your breath right on it. That's your target. Keep your attention on it. Now pull up. Pull up more. Pull up more. Lock them down. Pull up more. Now pump. Pump. Pull up and pump. One more. Let it build. And exhale. Feel that. In your brain. Come on, bring it on this one. Come on, bring it. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Sit up. Now finish your breath. Pull those muscles in. Blow that air out a little more. Squeeze a little more. Blow the rest out. Now squeeze. Now in one slow, steady breath, inhale and pull that life force right up to that pineal gland and finish your breath right on it. Keep your attention on it. Now lift those muscles up more. Pull up. Holding your breath, pull up as if you were breathing up into that pineal gland. Pull up. Now hold it. Now pump. Pump. Keeping those muscles contracted. Exhale. Now relax. Feel that in your brain. Come on. Come on, dig deep on this one now. Blow that air out of your nose all the way. Come on. Now lock it down. Blow it out again through your nose. Lock it down. A little more. Blow out. Now hold it. Now squeeze. And inhale and pull that energy, that creative force, right up to that pineal gland. Finish your breath right on it. Keep your attention on it. Shoulders down, straighten your spine. Pull those muscles up as if you were inhaling. Hold your breath, keep pulling up higher. Pull up above that one. Pull up. Now pump. Pump. Now as you contract those muscles, exhale. Now relax. Feel that in your brain. That's energy. In your brain. Feel it. Now. This is your moment. To be your own leader. Perineum to pineal gland. Activating the radio receiver. When you're ready, blow all that air out and blow it out again and blow it out again and take a big drink. Pull it all the way up, right up to that pineal gland. Lift up and pump, press, pull up, more. Come on, squeeze, milk those centers. And when you're ready, let it go. To your brain. Come on, don't resist. Come on, feel it. again. Finish your breath right on that pineal gland. Find it. Put all of your attention on it. Now figure it out. Pull those muscles up. Lock them down. Pump, pump, pump. Pull up more and pump. When you're ready, keep those muscles contracted and exhale. And then relax those muscles. Come on, go get it again. Come on, go get it again. Come on, all the way to the top. You're knocking on the door. Now squeeze. Squeeze. And pump, pump, pump. When you're ready, let it build. And exhale. Putting energy in your brain. Come on, all the way to the top. Squeeze. Pull up and pump. Come on, pump, pull up and pump. Touch it. Touch it again. Touch it one more time. Now keep touching it. Let it build without relaxing those muscles. Exhale. And now relax. Feel that in your brain. Come on, a little more. Come on, get unlocked. Come on. You hold the keys. Come on. Pull that energy right out of that first center, right up into that pineal gland. To the top. Now squeeze. Now pump. Pull up more. Touch it. Squeeze a little more. Let it build. Keeping those muscles contracted. Exhale. And now relax. Feel that. In your brain. Come on, don't give up yet. A little more. Come on, get unlocked. Come on, pull it all the way up, right to the top. Now lift up. Come on. Come on, figure it out. Feel it. Last one now, last one. Come on. Come on, finish strong. Come on, pull out the stops. Make up your mind. To the top. Finish your breath right on it. That's your target. Now pull up. Now pump. Pump. Pull up and squeeze. Pull up. Pull up more in. Hold it. And exhale and feel that. In your brain. and relax. Your body feel your entire body and relax it. More. And relax. Into nothing. More. And become aware. There's nothing beyond you. How deep is endless nothing. Sense it. Become more aware of it. Feel your connection to it. to the infinite nothing. Beyond you, feel into the nothing. Feel your connection to it. Become aware. There's endless nothing. Behind you, sense it. Stay. Aware of it. Feel your connection to it. In nothing. Behind you. In nothing. Become aware. There's nothing. On both sides of you. Sense it. It's nothing. On both sides of you. Feel your connection to it. Within you, it's nothing. And all around you, feel it. Feel nothing. And become it. And dissolve. Like a drop of water. And become the infinite black sea. Of nothing. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it. Become it. Become more of it. Less of you. Tune in. To infinite nothing. The realm where everything's possible. All possibilities. As a thought. An awareness. in a realm of unifying frequencies. Become aware of the frequency that unifies. Creates order. Find it. Feel it. Stay connected to it. Notice it. Experience it. And feel. Into oneness. Feel more of it. And less of you. And nothing. Circuit boards of frequency. One. And harmonize. Feel. With this center. And receive. Keep your attention on it. That's energy. In one. Feel it. It's awakening. In nothing. By your awareness. Two. Find it. Connect to it. Feel into two. In nothing. And tune it to safety. In nothing. Feel it. That's energy. And 2. And harmonize. 1 and 2. And feel. At the same time. That's energy. Harmonize. There's a frequency for 3. It's empowering. Find it with 3. Within you. And all around. And receive its power. Feel it. Notice it. That's energy. In 3. In nothing. And harmonize. 1, 2, 3. At the same time. In nothing. Hook up. And receive. And harmonize. Into 4. Open up. Into your heart. Feel it. Within you. And all around. And receive. To your heart, the circuit board for wholeness. Feel it. Notice it. That's energy. And 4. And harmonize. And feel. All at once. Feel it. Notice it. And harmonize. To your heart. In nothing. To 5. Open up. Feel it. In your throat. In nothing. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it. That's energy. And 5. Within you. And all around you. And 5. In nothing. And harmonize. At the same time. And harmonize. Connecting the circuit board. The frequencies in the field. To 6. Feel it. Notice it. Pay attention to it. In nothing. 6. Feel it. Within you. And all around. 6. That's energy. And 6. Line to the mystic. Feel. Feel it. Receive. 6. Feel it. Notice. Nothing. Harmonize. Harmonize. With 6. And harmonize. To 6. Nothing. 7. Tune in. Nothing. And receive. Into 7. Feel it. Notice it. That's energy. And 7. And feel. With 7. Hook up to the feel. Into harmony. And harmonize to 7. At the same time. In nothing. And harmonize. To 8. Sense it. Notice it. Feel your connection to it. 8. In nothing. And harmonize. In nothing. To 8. Feel it. Experience it. Enjoy it. All at once. In nothing. And as an awareness in nothing, in the absence of something, in the presence of everything potential. Tune in to the energy of the mystical. Find it. Feel it. Feel your connection to it. From the feel. Drawing it to you. With your heart. Feel your connection to it. With your heart. Feel it. In your heart. In nothing. As an awareness. Drawing it to you. In nothing. With your heart. Feel your connection to it. With your heart. In nothing. Tune in to the frequency that awes. Find it. Feel it. Stay connected to it. In nothing. Drawing it to you. The experience that mystifies into awe with your heart. Feel your connection to it. With your heart. Drawing it to you. With your heart. Feel your connection to it. With your heart. Drawing it to you. With your heart. Feel your connection to it. With your heart. In nothing. Tune in to the frequency of opportunity. Find it. Feel it. Feel your connection to it. In nothing. Feel it. Stay connected to it. Drawing it to you with your heart. Feel your connection to it with your heart. Drawing it to you with your heart. Feel your connection to it. In your heart. Drawing it to you with your heart. And synchronize your energy to the mystical, to the experience of awe and surprise, to opportunity. Feel it. Experience it. Become it. And the feel. And harmonize your energy. In nothing. Drawing it to you with your heart. That's energy. In your heart. That's the energy of the mystical. Awakened in your heart. And remember, this feeling know it by heart. That's energy in your heart. And now, without breaking this state, lay your body down. Lie down. Soften your joints onto the surface below you. Notice the weight of your body as an object. Resting on the surface. Notice it. Feel. Your entire body. So it's aware that you're aware of it. Notice it as a body organized into patterns of separation of systems. Reduced into organs, patterns of tissue, patterns of cells, patterns of organelles, patterns of chemicals, patterns and charges, molecules, patterns in atoms, patterns in subatomic particles, patterns and information of energy. The expression of order into matter. Feel your entire body as patterns of light. Connected to the living matrix. The electric universe. Connecting matter to energy, matter to matter, energy to energy. Feel it. Patterns. Sense it. They're already there. Just become aware of it. Feel your connection to it. Within you. And all around. Feel it. Notice it. Experience it. Surrender to it. Feel your connection to it. Relax into it. And drift away. And feel.
Come back to me. Come back. Now I'm going to give you between 5 and 10 minutes to come back and get back in your body and back to this three-dimensional sensory world where you get to experience everything that you create. So I'll give you a few minutes. When you hear the next chime, I just want to close this wonderful event with you. Welcome back, everybody. For some reason, I have a feeling that some of you are still laying down while I'm talking to you. That's fine. I'm back, and I just wanted to, first and foremost, thank you for your participation and believing in this work and believing in me and taking a chance and possibility and going all in and showing up. It's, as I said when we started this, the heroes in my world are the people in this work that overcome themselves and against so many odds make measurable changes. Measurable, I mean measurable, in themselves and in their lives. And so thank you for showing up. It was an experiment, as I said. I just want to remind you of a few things. Unlocked is for our advanced community only. People ask about the availability all the time. And as I said, if you record it and then you share this information to others, and these other people have not done a week-long retreat or a 5-day event, they don't have the language or the understanding, and so they struggle and they wind up sending more customer service emails to my team, and there's more questions. And people get confused. That what is this? I mean, remember you when I was talking about space just a few years ago? I had a lot of people looking at me as if I was crazy. But now you understand exactly what I'm talking about. So please, please don't share the recordings with anybody, and please don't record it. If you replicate it and you give the teaching or the meditations away, as I said, I'll just stop doing it. We'll figure out another way to do it. But this is an experiment. Many people just don't have the foundation to understand it, and I don't want them to be turned off because they didn't understand it and they didn't know what they were doing. So we saw on social media that people were asking for us to make it available, the meditations, and make it a product, and we may make it a product. I'm hoping that we can. I hope the quality is good enough. If we do and we sell it, and if you have a problem with that, I'm sorry, it takes us something to put it all together. And if you have a problem with it, go study in another place, or don't go on my social media and complain about it. Complain on your own Facebook or your own Instagram. Victims don't last long in our community because people don't want to play by that agreement, and I want our community to rise above that. Just say you don't find value in it. That's probably better. Don't say anything. And if we make it a subscription-based program, because people are asking us, can we come back and do this again? And we're happy to, contribute. And that's people saying that on the Facebook page. And if we take that up and we decide to do that, if you have a problem with it, just say I find other things more valuable that I want to put my time, attention, and money on, and I respect that. So we want to make it available because people are asking to make it available, and we'll do something like we did with intermission. Now, the meditation that I taught you, not the part of the blessing of the energy centers, that was something that I got in my meditation to teach you today, but the tuning in to the mystical in the last 4 week-long events, 3 or 4 week-long events, we've been teaching tuning into different frequencies as a thought, as an awareness in nothing, and tuning into frequencies. Every frequency was available, and drawing different experiences to us with our heart. Synchronizing your energy for synchronicities. We were scheduled to do a live stream for that in Barcelona in March, and of course the world changed, and so we didn't get a chance to teach the live stream. But it's something that I've taught 3 times or 3 or 4 times in the last several week-longs, and people at that time were asking, they've had the synchronicities in their life and they wanted to do meditation. So during this time, I did 3 meditations that will be released over the next month or 2. And one is synchronizing your energy to abundance, and synchronizing your energy for synchronicities for abundance, the experience of abundance. But what does everybody want abundance for? They want freedom. So the sponsoring thought for many people for abundance is having the freedom to do whatever they want, right? And then we tune into the frequency of opportunity, like we did. We want an opportunity, a door that opens up. And then we did one for health, tuning into the frequency of health. What do we want? Health. For wholeness, tune into the frequency of wholeness and an opportunity, and drawing all of those to us with our heart from the field. And then we did tune into the frequency of love. And why do people want love? Because they want to be joyful. So tune into the frequency of joy, refine your energy, create more harmony and order, synchronize more, and then tune into the experience and opportunity. And so we have those, so we'll make them available because people are asking for them. I have not done the one for the mystical yet, but I will do it in the next couple of weeks here. But anyway, lots going on in the world. People are waking up and they're having a problem with governments. They're having a problem with politics. They're having a problem with the economy. There's problems in journalism. There's problems in education. There's problems in religion. There's problems in medicine. There's problems in the environment. We are experiencing this enormous amount of chaos and disorder because people are waking up, and with a greater level of awareness of what's just and what's fair and what's the truth. Everything that's not consistent with it, because information is available, begins to lose its order. It begins to go from the known to the unknown. That chaos is unfamiliar order. That's the unknown. That's information being released out of the familiar. And so we see this enormous change that's taking place in the world, and people are standing up and unifying, independent of race and color and political beliefs, and people are starting to see through that illusion, and the veil is thinning at this present time because information is causing us to become more aware, and that's a change in energy. And so we have to apply everything that we know at this time for ourselves, for our families, for our lives. And we, on some level, negotiated to be here. We want the opportunity to witness all of this for a new consciousness, a greater group of people that unify when the world is telling them to separate and to not trust and to live in more separation based on those individual paradigms and be polarized. So an amazing time for all of us, to wake up, and we have to stay true to what we know, and we have to continue to create. We have to continue to overcome ourselves, and we have to, most importantly, continue to lead by example. I think that is the most important thing, because everybody is waiting for somebody to lead, and if we're all leading by example, you have something emerge. You have a coherent community on the same wavelength, on the same beliefs, on the same emotions, on the same demonstrations and habits, and on the same thoughts. That is an evolution of everything that was created from a different level of consciousness. And so possibilities for us exist in our hearts. That requires us to go to a greater level of awareness, a greater level of energy. And that is the solution, I think, that begins to cause less separation and more union. And people are disturbed and they're uncomfortable. And they're uncomfortable enough to start to speak up. They're uncomfortable enough to start really reasoning what's true and what makes sense. They're not so quick to react and respond, and more interested in to see what's really important. And people are now finally starting to stand up for principles. And principles tend to be so more powerful than beliefs. And a greater principle unifies people. That's what we want to see. We want us to unify, independent of all the things that we're, influenced by to believe in difference or separation and contrast. So, amazing time to be alive, and at the same time, as the veil thins, the world between those two worlds begins to open up, and we just have to be ready for what that means. And so, changing times, we have had to change a few of our events because of what's happening again in the United States and in certain parts of the world. And so we'll figure out ways to reach you, to connect to you. We have this new program we want to release in the next couple months also for people that are new to this work, that could wrap their mind around it in a simple way and be challenged over 12 days. And for those people who are advancing students and they want to brush up on that, that'll be available too. It'll come in the fall. But most importantly, we have to, in like-mindedness and in demonstration and in energy and emotion, we have to keep our energy up during these times and stay connected and to support each other, well, by seeing the greatest potential in one another and to walk that narrow path that we all really desire to walk when we're in our hearts. So thank you so much for participating with me over these 4 wonderful days. And I hope in some way that I've influenced you or inspired you to commit more to yourself and commit more to personal change and transformation, and to experiment to see if when you change your energy, to change the way you think and feel, when you learn and apply and repeat and become, that you get to see the fruits of your efforts reflected in your life. So thank you so much. Godspeed. I'll see you again soon. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Unlocked. I hope